Hello and welcome back. This is Naveen from UiBrains Technologies. So here we'll be understanding what is React.js, what are the main features of React.js and how to develop the few applications on React.js. And also we will cover almost every concept of React.js and so that will help you a lot in your React.js career. Okay, because React.js is now such a most trending technology and every web developer should know the framework called React.js, which is given by the Facebook. So now let's start. What is React.js and all these features of it? Thank you so much for joining, and let's meet in the next video. Thank you. So React.js is an open source web framework. Okay, so to develop single page applications, so we have to use a framework called React.js, and React.js is such a most popular front-end framework, and every front-end developer should know about React.js. Okay, so first we understand the few features of React.js, and then we'll go inside the actual topics. First of all, what is React.js? So React.js is an open source library to build the rich user interfaces. So which is open source? React.js is open source. Open source means you don't need to pay a license to use React.js. Okay, you can use the React.js. Anybody can use React.js for free of cost, and it is used to develop the rich user interfaces. Rich user interfaces means using React.js, we'll be developing the React components. I mean, we will be developing the web applications, right? So in that web applications, we are going to develop the user interface, the front end part of your application. For example, Facebook. So Facebook is a company which is actually given the React.js technology. So if you see a Facebook, in Facebook we have a post section, chatting section, and your profile section, like videos, posts, and other groups information, marketplace, and also various other sections are there. So each and every small piece of the user interface is called as a component. So generally using React.js, we will develop the component based development. So React.js is perfectly fit to develop any complex front-end application, because nowadays front-end development has become very complex, and to resolve the complexity we use React.js or Angular or Vue. Nowadays React.js is most popular in India and abroad. Okay, and which is used to develop single page application. So single page application means this is a new trend of developing a web applications. What is mean by the new trend is, if you see any older web application, so how they will looks like is, they won't use the Ajax in that application mostly. It means any link you switch between, any navigation you switch between uh, a website. So what happened, you see a page refresh. Okay, for example, you're on a home page, and when you click on a contact page, so as soon as you click on a contact page, you can see a page refresh. It means the pages keep loading and loading and loading, and you get the data. So that is like an older fashion of website development, and the new fashion is you never see a page refresh. It means internally your application will be making some Ajax calls. Okay, so that gives you a more user friendly and that's a rich user interface. Okay, and that's a new trend of web application development, and React.js, Angular, and Vue.js are actually comes under that category. Okay, so single page application means it's not just a single one page, multiple pages also there. It's like a home page, contact page, like multiple pages will be there, but you never see a page refresh, just like a desktop application. So in desktop application, whatever activity you perform, for example, my this is presentation, right? So whatever activity I perform, whatever the link I click, you never see anything refresh here, right? Same story will also happen in a React.js single page application. So generally, if you are using React.js, is nothing but a single page application only. Okay, and which is developed and maintained by a Facebook. So this is the beautiful technology has given by a Facebook in the year 2013. So 2013 it was started. Now it is very much popular nowadays, and the current version React.js is React.js 17. Okay, so where we have hooks and all the new concepts are introduced here. Okay, and we'll be learning in React.js 17 version in this tutorial series. Okay, so as of today, this is the current version, and we'll look into that. Okay, and which is the more competitor for Angular as well. So Angular and React.js both are competitors because both are same, I mean same functionality, and for same feature these technologies has come. So Angular given by a Google and React given by a Facebook. So I can say React is bit more lightweight when compared to Angular. Okay, so that's all about React.js. And if you wanted to learn this React.js, what are your prerequisites? So what are your prerequisites is you must know HTML, you must know CSS, you must know JavaScript, and you must know uh, Bootstrap. Okay, because we'll be using most of the front end user interfaces on Bootstrap and actual functionality on a React.js. So these technologies are enough to start with the React.js. Okay, so that's all about React.js introduction, and let's start with the actual programming and first application creation of React.js. Let's see. So to create a first application, first I create one folder for workspace. So let's say React JS hyphen for YouTube. Okay. So here I want to create a first application. So how you create a first application is you need to first thing is you have to install Node.js. So you must have a Node.js installed in your system. Once you have Node.js installed in your system, then you can start with the React.js creation. So how you create React.js is you don't need to create everything, each and every file by yourself. There is a command, so that will create your React.js project automatically. How you do is npm install, uh, or else you do like this directly npx create React app and the first app. Okay, so npx create React app first app. So npx is a node package runner, and this is the actual package which will create a React.js project, and this is your project name. So generally what happens is you can create a React.js project in two ways. One is using TypeScript and one is using JavaScript. So people can develop a React.js application in a JavaScript language, or people can develop React.js application in a TypeScript language. So in this tutorial, we'll be understanding React.js application using JavaScript language, and coming tutorials we'll see in a TypeScript language as well. Okay, so this is the command, and this command will generate a React.js project using a JavaScript language. If you want TypeScript language, you just say hyphen hyphen template TypeScript. So if I say this one, it will create a folder structure based on a TypeScript. The only difference between JavaScript and TypeScript is in JavaScript you have a .jsx extension, and TypeScript you have a .tsx extension. Okay, it's completely object oriented. Okay, but our focus now on JavaScript, so this is not required, and this is. So I'll copy this, and so where you have to execute this, it means where you want to create a project. So that is in this folder I want to create a project. So what you do, you have to open this particular location using command line. Okay, and here you say npx create React app space first app. Okay, so what happens is it will download a lot of React.js libraries, and also it's make a complete project setup, the default project setup of React.js using this particular command. So you must note down this command for future React.js application creation. Okay, so this may take a couple of minutes. This might take a couple of minutes because huge number of libraries is going to be downloaded. So that depend on your internet speed. If you are having a a proper speed of internet. So this will become in a less time, and if you have a slow internet, then it take bit more time. Okay, so please be patient and make this to finish, and then we'll see what is that folder structure got created and what is the control flow and the first application look and feel, everything we'll see. Okay, let's see in the next video. Thank you. So I have executed the commands, and so it is finished. And so once you finish it, you get finally like this success, and first application got created. You get this confirmation, and you also get some few commands like npm start, run, test, eject, and all these commands will come. Okay, so npm start is actually to start the development server of your React application. Okay, like build, test, and all will be there. We'll see them later. So what he's suggesting is you need to go inside the folder, because first app is our application name, so it is created the first app folder. Okay, so he's saying that you go inside the first app folder and run the command call npm start and see the magic. Okay, so when you see that, see, I go to the folder, there is a first app folder created because we given a command, right? Npx create react app first app. See, the command which we have given is first app. So this is our application name. So that's why um, first app created. In that, see, a lot of files has come. Public folder, src folder, node modules. Node modules means the list of JavaScript libraries will come here, and other files are there. It's very lightweight when compared to Angular. Okay, so Node React.js is very lightweight when compared to Angular. Okay, so fine. So this type of folder structure gets created. First, let's see how this application looks like, and then we'll understand what are all the folders and what are all the files, and then we'll see the control flow. So what I do is, so as this command, I say cd space first app. I go inside the first app, and how to run the application is npm start. Remember this command, npm start. So npm start is a command to start your application actually. So you enter. So first time you are starting your React.js, it will take few more minutes. Later onwards, it doesn't take much time. Okay. So now it is what? Yes, you got some logs and still starting your development server. Yeah, after few minutes, you get like this compiled successfully, and it runs on 3000 port number. So same like our Angular. Angular runs on 4200 port number, and React runs on a 3000 port number. Okay, and or your IP address and port number, either localhost port number or your IP address port number. Okay, see, this is the application. Okay, so it runs, it opens the browser automatically, and it enters the URL also, and it runs your application as well. So this is the very basic React.js project has been created by the React people itself. Okay, so from here as a developer we have to start. Okay, so we don't need to develop everything by ourselves. They have given a skeleton. Okay, the required folders, the JavaScript libraries, everything they have given. Okay, up to this level they given. You wish you can remove the background color and all these things, then you can start developing from scratch only. Okay, so now we are successfully created the React.js project, and we have started the application as well, and we can see the look and feel how the React.js project is created. And the next step, we need to understand what is the control flow, what are all the files, because before you start develop anything, you should know how existing things are working. Correct. So we need to understand what existing things are there and how it is working. So if we know how existing things are working, so on top of that we can develop our own. Got it? Okay, so let's see what is the folder structure got created, and where can you see the folder structure. First of all, if I where is this? Yeah, if I can see here, I can't really understand what is the folder structure much. Okay, and each and every file you right click and open. Instead, you need to open this folder in a WebStorm or any editor. You use VS Code, I mean Visual Studio Code, Atom, Bracket, Sublime, whatever your choice. Okay, I mostly use WebStorm. So I just need to open this in the editor. So how you open this in the editor? Simple. You go inside the first tab folder. You can see all these files. So you can copy the path. Go to WebStorm. This was my Angular code. So I'll say file open paste. So as soon as you paste, it detects the folder structure. I think it's not. Let me select manually. React.js YouTube first tab. Okay, and the same window. So once I select, yeah, it is loading them, indexing them, and all the files comes over here. And it's easy for you to check all the files and even write your own source code as well. Okay, and it opens automatically readme file. Readme means regarding how to start the server and how to test your application, how to build your application for production deployment and all this. We'll see these things later. Okay, yeah, first step. Okay, so it's very less amount of file structure if you know already Angular. Okay, uh, the important files, all the important only. There is a node modules folder. Node modules means all your JavaScript library, because React.js is one library. I mean the front end library that internally using some low level JavaScript libraries. So those libraries will be in the node modules folder. Okay, and you don't need to bother what are all the libraries available inside. It's a huge folder structure, and you don't need to bother what are all there because this is automatically generated by the React project. Okay, you don't need to bother about it. And what all you would need to bother is all the remaining files except node modules. Okay, so in this two important files, I mean the folders, public folder, src folder. So public folder contains one main file called index.html. You know what, I think here, see, when I enter this particular URL, I got this particular UI, correct? So this particular UI is coming from the public folder index.html. Whenever when you open a any front end page or home page of any website, so that website specific home page is index.html. So this is the index.html. So this data content from coming from index.html. Okay, and if you know a little bit of HTML and CSS, in the HTML file from where this content come from, body tag, right? HTML will have a header tag and body tag. So this data coming from a body tag. So when you open a HTML, okay, so it's a huge link tags, meta tags, lot of things are there, but now focus on a body tag because this content come from obviously body tag of your HTML. So in that body tag, there is some comment. I'll remove the comment. Now check. No script tag. No script means if your browser is not using JavaScript enable, so this error will come because it's a JavaScript based application. So you must enable JavaScript to run any JavaScript based applications on browser. Okay. And what about this? See, there is one small division with ID root and nothing is there. Here is the trick. See, nothing is written. See here, image is there, some text is there, some link is there, background color is there, some animation is rotating, everything is there. But in HTML body tag, nothing is there. That's a magic. I'll come back to this point later. Okay, yeah. So public folder and then src folder. Src folder means your source code. So any application, any components you develop, that will be in src folder generally, which contains a lot of files. We'll see the file structure a bit later. And then few other files. One is git ignore. It is GitHub specific. Package.json. This is your applications configuration file. It's like your commands will be there, no? Like npm start, npm run, build, and what packages involved in the project. Like every configuration information about a project is package.json, and package log.json also there. This file you don't need to bother. This is auto generate file. This is the dependent libraries dependence. Okay, that is here. And readme file, just instruction how to start the application and all. Very small folder structure for React. Okay, so now you understand the folder structure, but only thing what you have to understand is what are all these files and how the control flow. And the mysterious question is, in this empty division is there, but still how does this content is coming from and where was the link for that? We'll see that. To understand that, you need to know what is component based development, because React.js is actually using a component based development. So what is component based development, you should know. If you understand component based development, then you understand what is actually happening here. Okay, so let's see in the next video what is component based development. Thank you. Generally, React is React, Vue, Angular, this all comes under the same category. Okay, so why this React.js has comes into picture? And first of all, tell me why React.js. React.js is to develop front-end applications or web applications. Okay, do you think before React.js there is no web application? Yes, there are web applications. Okay, before React.js or before Angular also web applications are there. But after React.js, then what is the special that React.js is going to provide in the form of web application development? Okay, so I'll keep in this way. Before React.js, the web application development is called as a traditional web application development, where you see a everywhere page refresh. Okay, and what is this React.js does something better than the previous traditional web application development is it is used as a new concept called component based development. Okay, using this component based development, you can develop any kind of complex application on the front end. Okay, and if you can see, there are a lot of complex applications comes into picture. Okay, for example, the regular one which you are using, Facebook, right? So Facebook internally using React.js only. Okay, the Facebook was using internally React.js only, and like Gmail. Okay, that is also using one of the newest technology, either React or Angular. Okay, because you never see a page refresh whatever activity happen. So the development has become easy, and that too complex development also become easy. Let's see how the component based development architecture is all about. Okay, to understand, I'll tell you. See here, first we'll understand traditional website development. For example, I have one page. Okay, generally web page contains what? Generally web page contains uh, one nav bar. Generally one website contains one nav bar, one sidebar, okay, and one footer, like that. Okay, and some cards inside, like that. So generally website contains like this. For example, this is navbar, this is sidebar, this is footer, this is background line card, like this. Now, uh, tell me, as a front-end developer, I ask you a question: how to develop this particular design? Forget about React.js. Generally, traditional web application development. How you design this? How you design this? It means you will create one HTML index.html. You will create. Okay, you create one index.html file. Okay, in that you will start writing a source code. What source code you write? First you start writing navbar code. Okay, I written navbar code, some 50 lines. Next, in the same file you write a sidebar code, and the same file you write a the main content area, and then you write a card, and then you write a footer, like that. So To fulfill this particular requirement on the front end design on the browser, you want to display that. So every source code you written in a one file, hardly one file, right? Okay. Now what about the styles? Styles means what you do, you will create one more file, that is something app.css, or generally what people write is styles.css. Okay, so you will write one styles.css. Navbar code styles you write here, sidebar code styles you you write here, and also main content, come on, main content styles here, and card styles here, footer styles here. Everything you will write in one file. All styles you write in one file, and you connect both of them. You link it so that styles will come here. Okay, and I want to make some dynamic functionality. For example, I click on a button and some drag something, drop something, and all dynamic functionality. Dynamic functionality, how it happen? HTML, CSS, no dynamic will happen, only JavaScript. So what you do, you create one more file. That is what something called app.js or TS TypeScript. So you write one JS file, JavaScript file, and all about every DOM manipulation regarding anything like navbar, sidebar, whatever you write in, you write a program, everything here, and you connect it. You connect that as well with this. So finally, your application has been ready for this particular page. This is, I say, traditional web page development. There is no component based development is involved here. Okay, so I can say this type of approach can only be acceptable for a simple UI design. Of course, this is a very simple UI design which contains navbar, sidebar, and all. For example, just imagine you are developing a complex application. What is complex application? Example, Facebook. So Facebook is one complex application, highly complex application. What all things are there in Facebook application? If you can see, you can't imagine there are 30,000 components are there. Okay. For example, I tell you what is component, but complex application Facebook, right? So in Facebook, many things are there like profile. Your profile is there, and just to maintain a profile, the lot of links and lot of pages will comes into picture. Okay, and posts, videos, marketplace, lot of things, and chatting, everything. So such a complex application, do imagine just one page which contains everything. Do you feel you write everything in one HTML file? Is it maintainable? Is it easy to understand? Is it easy to write? Easy to maintain? No, it's very complex. So that case, how can we manage? Is very simple. Okay. Uh, how you manage such type of complex applications is component based development. What is component based development is how you simplify it. Like any complexity, how you simplify is like divide and rule. Correct. For example, you have one restaurant. Okay, in that you are managing everything like billing, washing, preparing food, serving it, taking everything. You are, this is like that. Okay, if restaurants is so big and like too much crowded people are there, then how you alone cannot manage, right? It's difficult. So what you do, you make some departments separately. Kitchen separate department, serving separate department, building separate department, store separate department, like you divide it, right? Same story here also. So the whole application you can divide into a components. First of all, what is component is any small piece of UI is one component. Any small piece of UI is component. Like for example, navbar is one component, sidebar one component, footer one component, card one component. Even your card is complex. Card header one component, card body one component, card footer one component. Even you can divide the footer also multiple parts, and you can call that particular small piece also component. Okay, so component based development is first thing is the whole application you divide into components. Okay, each and every small piece of UI is component. And the way how you develop a component is Same story. Here what happened, the whole page you take it as a component and you write the logic separately. Same thing, instead of writing the whole page into like the separate parts, you just take only navbar, one component, assume. So one HTML, one CSS, one JavaScript you develop separately. So HTML contains only navbar code. The CSS contain only navbar styles. The JS contains only navbar dynamic function, only navbar. Next, a same set of HTML, CSS, JavaScript you take, and for sidebar, one more set of files for main content, card, like anything, same set like that. So if you have taken like this, then how you have configure is you will give one custom tag. Generally, we know HTML custom tag. I mean, predefined tags, right? HTML is one tag, body one tag, like general HTML predefined tags. Like that, in component-based development, you will write all the separate files, and all together you name it as one custom tag. For example, this whole thing how you represent is navbar tag. Okay, and this example, okay, sidebar tag. Okay, I think you write here sidebar tag. So you represent tags like this, and why these tags can simplify application development because no complexity, because you only focus on navbar and you made it perfectly. Okay, and these things are reusable. Okay, if you write just navbar tag once, so for example on your HTML, if I write navbar tag, just tag behind that HTML CSS JavaScript is there. Okay, if you write navbar tag in one HTML, directly navbar will print it. If you want to repeat the navbar one more time, traditional way what you do, everything you have to write again. Not like that. Just say navbar again. You get the navbar again. New navbar. Same styles, everything. You don't need to write these many files again. So reusability. Okay. So one thing is you reduce the complexity, and second thing is you reuse the components for any other purpose. Okay. So this is where the main reason behind the complexity resolution is component based development. The same thing can be used by React.js, Angular, and Vue.js. So, as a React.js developer, what is your job? So, as a React.js developer, what is your job is you need to develop components only. Okay, so you just keep in mind you have to develop component. So what is component? What is the structure? Class-based component, functional component, hooks, communication between the components, and how dynamic data can display in the component, and how component will connect to the server. Okay, so all these concepts revolves around the component only. Okay, now at this point you understand how to simplify the complexity using the component-based development. Now let's see what are all the components are there and what components we can create. Okay, so let's see them in the next video. Thank you. So before we proceed with the actual control flow of your React.js, something more you have to understand, because React.js is also uses the component-based development. Okay, so what exactly the component and how the component looks like? Let's see. Uh, for example, as we all discuss, React is a component based development. Okay, so in this, first you understand how can you build a component. First of all, what is component? Component is it represents a small piece of UI, user interface. Okay, a small piece of UI is called as a component. So how component can be made? So any component can be made with of three set of files. One is one HTML and one CSS and one JavaScript. Okay, so if you want to develop any small piece of UI or any component, we need three set of files: one HTML, one CSS, and one JavaScript. Okay, but React does slightly different. What is this is you keep CSS separately and HTML together. Okay, three files. But what React.js does is React is having its own templating language that is actually called as .jsx. Okay, and one .css. So .css is common, and in the place of separate HTML file and separate JavaScript file, they have combined together. They name it as JSX file. So JavaScript extension. Okay, so this file contains both the HTML code and JavaScript code. So small change: instead of writing three set of files, you will be writing only two files. One is .jsx and one CSS. So CSS is common to write all the CSS file styles, and this JSX file you write two language code. One HTML code also you write there, and JavaScript code also you write there. Okay, that is JSX. And one more important thing you have to understand is, um, as I said, React.js applications can be developed in two languages. Either JavaScript language you develop or TypeScript language you develop. So this series of React.js is a JavaScript based development. Okay, and later we'll see TypeScript based also. So in JavaScript base, file name is JSX, and TypeScript base .tsx. Small change. This is TypeScript TSX. This is JavaScript JSX. Okay, so we don't care about TSX because we are not using TypeScript. Okay, so JSX and TSX. Okay, each is one component. Fine. Now, uh, what about the React structure? You need to know the React architecture so that you can clearly understand the flow. What happens is, whenever you create a React.js project, so what happens is, the folder structure itself comes with one component that is called root component. So generally how React.js uh, component structure looks like is same like your HTML, what's called DOM structure. So how HTML DOM structure, you have a HTML head, body, and all the nested tags, right? Same way, when you talk about React architecture, you have one component that is app component. Okay, so you have one component that is called app component. That's the root one, root level. Under the app component, you can create a number of components. I create one card component, I create one message component. In that, I create one more component, one more component, one more component, like that. Okay, for all this, root level is app component. So how can you define the app component and how to create this component? First, tell me how app component can be generated. What are all the files required is app.jsx and one more app.css. Two files required to generate app component: app.jsx, app.css. So when you create a React.js project for the first time, automatically these two files will be auto generated. Okay, and these two files, how will you configure is, as I said, each and every component is one custom tag. As a React.js developer, you will be creating your own custom tags. So how this can be represented as app component can be represented is using one tag that's called app tag. App tag. So for example, you want to create a card. Tell me how you create. First you write card.jsx file for HTML and JavaScript code, and for styles card.css. Correct? You write like this. And how you represent this card is one custom tag. What is that? Card. And one more thing, have you observed? This card having capital C, this app is having capital A. Remember always, whenever you are creating a React.js application, there every component should start with a capital letter. Okay? Because if I write normal HTML body like this, like section, so these are all what HTML predefined tags. Okay, there should be some difference between some differentiation between HTML tags and our custom tags, right? Because we will mix HTML tags and our custom tags together in one HTML file, right? So how can you differentiate is all lowercase tags are regular HTML tags. Okay, and any tag name which starts from capital letter, you can feel it as a React.js component. And behind the scenes, component can be framed with two files, one JSX and one CSS. So JSX is a combination of HTML and JavaScript code. Got it? Okay. So now let's see the folder structure. Where is this app.jsx and CSS is there? Okay. So I have loaded our first application, the empty first application which we have created to the web storm. And every web storm we have a terminal. Almost every editor have a terminal. So I have started the application also using the command called npm start. Okay, so it is loaded on the browser. It is running. This is the existing setup, right? The first application of React.js. Okay, now where is the app component and how it is? If you want to see app component contains what? App.jsx, app.css. So you back here, src, see these two, app.css, app.js. And one more thing, some people write this file name as jsx or app.js itself. Okay, it looks like JS file, but internally HTML code also will be there. Okay, don't get confused. JSX and JS file name can be either JSX or JS, but code will be HTML as well as JavaScript code. Okay, so if you can see, app.css is here, app.js is here, and apart from that few more files also there. Okay, now let's understand the control flow. What is the control flow of your application? Control flow is a sense whenever I enter this URL, I got this UI. I want to know first of all where is this coming from, correct? Let's see. One thing you know, when I enter this particular URL, it will go to index.html. Through index.html only this content is coming from, correct? Let's see. So whenever you enter this particular URL, uh, one second, you enter this particular URL. Sometimes people write local hosts. Okay, whenever you enter this particular URL, it will go to index.html. Okay, so when I go inside the public folder index.html, I have seen all the link tags and meta tags. Only one thing is there is one division with id root, correct? There is one division with id root which does not have anything. Division with id root, and it's completely empty. It is completely empty, but still I can able to see this content. So where does this coming from? What is the magic behind it? Magic is magic is whenever you start your React.js application, there is one main file in the entire React.js project, that is in src folder index.js. Okay, index.js is one main file, startup file. Okay, so when you go inside the index.js, there are few import statement from React.js library, React DOM, and all the things. In this, the very important thing you need to understand is, see, React to DOM dot render something called app, where document dot get element by id root. What is this document dot get element by id root? See, in HTML we have, right, division id root. How you select this element? Document dot get element by id root. See, that's what this guy doing. Document dot get element by id root. So he's picking that element, and on that element he is substituting, there is a tag called app tag. So what is the meaning behind of this statement is, In the place of ID, I am substituting one custom tag, that is app tag. This is what they are doing. Okay. And first tell me, what is this app then? App is a app is a custom component, right? App is a custom component, and that to root level component. As I explained here, see app component, root level, top level. So app tag. So app tag got substituted here. So it means the data, this complete UI is coming from this particular tag. Got it? And what is there behind this tag? This tag can be framed with two files. What are the two files? One is JSX or JS, and one is CSS. Okay, so let's check. What is the content of this app which is substituted over here? Is you go to see, this app has been imported from /app. This is nothing but app.js. This app.js. Okay, this is app.js. App.js itself is one custom component, and this is the component what's called source code. Don't worry about this much source code. And let's see, app tag contains the source code of this one. App tag, app is one custom tag, right? So that custom tag contains some UI code, right? Some HTML code, right? This is the HTML code for that. Okay. So what I mean to say is, in between the division, app tag got substituted, and what is the source code of app tag is this guy. They have taken separately. I told, right, divide and rule. So they divided. So copy. Let's mix it with here. You know what? This is the source code of this front end. You wanna confirm? See here, header, image src logo. This is the logo, and there is a paragraph tag. Edit src slash app.js. Save and reload. Yes, and there is an anchor tag href. Okay, and learn React. This is learn React. And when you click on that, it goes to official React.js website. When you click on this, it goes to official React.js website. Got it? Okay, so instead of writing this much code, they have taken into separate file, and they have given a this app tag. That's it. Okay, so now you understand the flow. The flow I explain again. Whenever you enter this particular URL by starting your React.js project, this will be redirected to the index.html file. Okay, and how the content get displayed is, as soon as you start the server, it will start this file index.js. This is the main file of your React.js application. So in this, in the place of id root, app component got substituted, and what is that app is root level component which contain this source code. Okay, sir, HTML code is fine, then what about the styles? It is rotating, right? Where is the styles coming from? Is how JS file connected with CSS. Generally, we all know HTML and CSS how to connect, right? Link tag. But here JS file is there. How JS file can connect with CSS is like this. Import CSS file. Okay. And you want to see the styles, go inside this app.css. See, text center, that's why everything center. And the logo height has given. And some animation they have given 20 seconds. I make some 2 seconds. Then what happened? Become very faster. Okay. I make some 0.5. Then what happens? See, more faster. Got it? The styles is coming from a app.css, and there are some background color and all given, and it's rotating like this. You want to rotate in reverse. See, rotate from 0 to 360. I'll make 360 to 0. Means what? Reverse. See, reverse. Okay. So now we understand completely. App.js is a root level component, and app.css is a supporting CSS file for it. Okay, so we have confirmed the flow of the application. Now it's time to create our own component and our own design and making our own applications. Okay, so let's see how to create your own components in the next video. Thank you. So we have understand this part. So what I do is, yeah, we confirm content is coming from um, app.js, right? Root level component. So first thing what I do is, first I will remove all the styles. So in app.css, I don't need any of these styles to be applicable. I delete everything. App.css completely empty. Now check, nothing is happening. Okay, because all animations has been removed. And also app.js, I remove all the header. I save it. And I don't need to import any logo. I remove it. I save it. Now check, it is completely empty. Don't worry, we'll do even better application than that. Okay, so it's completely empty. So here I write h2 welcome to app component. What I written? h2 tag welcome to app component. So if I write h2 tag welcome to app component, so this should display on the UI. See, welcome to app component. Okay, and one more thing is, how does this become bold text and some font has been applied? Thing is, this is app component specific CSS file, right? Even on top of that, there is one global style sheet. Generally, for every application, we have styles.css, right? Same like that for React.js also, we have one global style sheet. What is the main file of React.js? The application startup file is index.js, right? So beside that index.js, one more file is there, index.css. Yeah, remember this index.css is a global style sheet of React.js project. Okay, index.css is a global style sheet of React.js project. So if you go inside of index.css, see the font family, Roboto, Oxygen, Ubuntu, all the things are there, right? So when I remove them, I remove them. I remove the code font family also. This is given only margin 0. So I don't apply any font family. So what happens? It get the default font family Times New Roman font as per the browser. Got it? Okay. So remember, this is the global style sheet and this is app.css only app component specific CSS file. Okay. So before we proceed with to create our own component, because as a React.js developer, you should be able to create your own component and write your own styles and your own applications you have to develop. That's all right. But before I proceed with our own component creation, you should know something about a component again. What is that is, in React.js, we can develop the components because our job hardly to create a component. So how you create a component is, there are two ways. There are two ways we can create a component. What are the two ways is, first way, class based component. Second is functional based component. Function based component. You take like this, functional component or function based component. So two ways we can create a component: class based component, function component. What is class based? What is functional? You know the programmatic approach in JavaScript. You will write functions and you also write the object oriented programming, functional programming, object oriented programming, right? So functional programming contains full of functions and you'll be calling one another function internally, and object oriented programming contains what? Classes. So classes which contains methods, properties, constructor, all the things will come. Okay, so you can, and JavaScript is a, of course, object oriented, not, of course, not fully object oriented, but somehow classes are supported in JavaScript. So you can develop a component using a class based or functional. I can say class based is bit legacy and functional is something new. Okay, So class base is bit legacy and function is bit new. This is coming from around some 16.0 version of React.js. Now, what is the current version? 17. As of now, we are recording this video today is 17. So from 16, functional and hooks has come, especially the hooks concept has come here. Okay, so this is bit legacy. Some older versions of JavaScript, React.js uses this. But as a practical, we will see both of these components. Okay, now when you can see this, what is app.js? App is one component, right? Can you guess what type of component it is? Do you see any class here? No. You see only function. It's a functional component. Simple, right? Yeah. So how you create a component is like this. Function app, the function name, and inside you have a return something. Okay, you have a function that returns something. As I said, every JSX file contains HTML and JavaScript code. See, function, return statement, all JavaScript code. This is what HTML. And one small confirmation I tell you, this is not exactly HTML. This is not exactly HTML. This is React.js own templating language. That's where JSX comes. Okay. React.js own templating language. This is 99% HTML. Just 1% differs. It is 99% HTML only, but 1% different is there. You should know what is that 1%. Generally, HTML means what is this? Class name. Generally, HTML, what you write, you just give a class, right? In HTML, you write just class, not class name. But React.js, inside JavaScript, you're writing, right? That is JSX, not a HTML, it is JSX code. So it is class name. Small change, instead of class, we have a class name. Okay. One more difference is, okay, first difference, instead of class, you will write class name. Okay, that is one difference. Second difference, generally tell me if you want to write an image tag, how you write? Image tag src is equal to something abc abc.jpg, right? Image tag src is equal to abc.jpg. That's how you write, right? But in JSX, remember every tag every tag must contains a close tag. That is a strict rule. In HTML, no strict rule like that, but here we have to follow strictly. Every HTML tag must contain a close tag. Tell me, image tag have a close tag? Anything we have a tag like this? Do we have a tag like this? No. Sorry, if image tag doesn't have a close tag, and even anchor tag doesn't have a close tag, even input doesn't have a close tag. If these tags, because HTML some tags have a close tag, some tags doesn't have a close tag, right? So how you manage them? Simply use the self closing. It means just give the slash. You feel, sir, what's the big difference if I don't give this? It doesn't make any difference in HTML. It makes a huge difference in React.js. Okay, React.js strictly follows this type of rules. Okay, if you want to confirm, see here. I write here image tag. Okay, src is equal to src is equal to something www.google.com slash something abc.jpg. That's fine. But see, you got a lot of errors and you see the UI failed to compile. Why? Syntax error. Unterminated JSX content. Unterminated. It means close tag was not given. Okay. So it matters. It matters in React.js. It not doesn't matter in a HTML because it's not pure HTML, right? So make sure you give a close tag. See, all errors has gone. some image has come, of course dummy image. Got it? Okay. And moreover, if you write some input tag, you must write a self closing. If you don't write, you get there. Okay. So better you have to do like this. Okay. And I told something wrong. Actually, anchor tag have a close tag, right? Yeah. So that's a differences. And one more difference is there. One more difference is there. I'll tell you. What is that is, see here, observe very closely because these rules you should know first. Okay, before you start playing a game, you should know the, you know, game rules. Okay, so this is one division with the class app. Some h2 is there, right? Same division I want to repeat. First of all, see, one division has come. Okay, I want to repeat the same division. I'll copy this. I'll paste. Observe very closely. I'll paste one more division. You got a lot of errors because initially you get these type of issues. Okay, you should know them. So I pasted. As soon as, see, nothing I have done, I just copied these through lines and these lines I pasted and I got a lot of errors and I save it. Failed to compile. So what is the fail to compile? You see, adjacent JSX element must be wrapped inside an enclosing tag. This is the adjacent JSX element, the side by side JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Do you want a JSX fragment like this? So what he's saying is, remember, whenever whenever you're writing any source code in the return statement, any tag you write, but at least one enclosing tag, the root level tag should be there. Okay, so it means he's saying that you write one div tag extra in that whatever you want to write. See, now happy, my two divisions have an extra enclosing tag, so happily it is working. Got it? So remember, at least one enclosing tag should be there for the whole component. But one problem arises is, sir, what tag can I give in? Can I give h2 tag? Can I give div tag? Unnecessarily this div tag will be there in the DOM, right? For example, if I inspect elements, so body tag, div tag, root, in the root, see, in this entire story, in the div id root, there is an extra div tag has been placed just to satisfy my component. Okay, so if you write this div tag, as of now no problem, but if you start writing the actual application, unnecessarily these div tags will lead to a lot of problems, because when you want to uh, point out the particular class name for styles, then this extra div tag will be a problem because we don't need it in the DOM. Extra div tag is not required, right? To avoid such type of things, React.js has given a solution for that. To avoid this extra div tag to be rendered on the DOM structure, you can keep some empty tag. It looks something weird, but you can write an enclosing empty tag. Now check root. There is no extra division enclosed, only app, and app is there. Extra division was gone. Got it? Okay. So you can write this multiple ways. You may write an empty tag like this, or else in React.js, import React from React. You can write like this empty tag, or you can say React dot fragment tag. You write React dot fragment. Okay, it represents the top level tag of your component, and then you write again. If I write fragment also, nothing has been placed in the DOM, empty, and directly your source code is there. Now DOM is happy, component is happy. So what I'm saying is, you may write empty tag, no change. You may write react.fragment, no problem. And some people also write like this. They will import fragment from React and directly they write only fragment. That is also acceptable. Then also no issue. Okay. So now you understand the rules of the basic rules of writing a component. So component can be, let me summarize. Component can be two types. One is class-based component, functional component. If you're writing a component using function, that is functional component. And if you're writing a component using a class structure, that is class-based component. We'll see the class-based later, okay? And this is not exactly HTML, it is React.js own templating language called JSX. A small difference is in place of class, you write a class name, and every tag must and should contain close tag. Okay, and one more thing is uh, for this entire HTML code, at least one enclosing tag must be there. Okay, otherwise you get a lot of issues. Okay, so that's fine. And now let's proceed with our own components creation. Okay, let's see. So we understand what is app component and all the rules, right? One more thing is this is a function, right? So you may write in JavaScript multiple ways a function. A function can be normal function, a function can be function expression or an arrow function. So you can write any type of function. For example, this is actually a normal function. So normal function you write, or else you may write function expression. So let app is equal to function. This is also you write. So this is actually called you you call this as a function expression. No issue, happily works. Or else you can write arrow function. I mean, sorry. You may also write an arrow function. Okay, let app is equal to an arrow function. That is also function component. So function component you can write in three ways again. You may write normal function, arrow function, or function expression. Whatever which prefers to you, you can write. But mostly ES6 means all arrow functions will be there. So mostly we write arrow functions only. This is a newer one. Okay, and the simpler one. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now I want to create my own functional component. First we'll see functional and then we'll see the class. So I want to create my own functional component, same like this structure. So what I do in SRC, mostly remember any source code you write, you have to write in SRC folder only. Okay, so I create a folder separately because I don't want to mess up with these files. I create a separate folder. Uh, components, components. In that, I create one JavaScript file because the JavaScript based on React.js. So JavaScript file. What is your component name? And as I said, one more rule is every component should starts with capital letter only. Okay, so I write a card. Just say something called message card. Okay, dot JSX. Your choice. You write JS or JSX. Both are same. Do you want to add to Git? Just say add. Okay, so how you write a structure is import React from React. Okay, so let I'm writing a arrow function. Let message card, and always remember the function name file name should match. Okay, a function. So this will return something. What is that something is JSX. So I write instead of empty tag, I write react.fragment. In that some h2 welcome to message card. Okay, and you must export it. Export default message card like this. So this is your component. A component is a function that will return some JSX code and you must export it so that you can use this tag. This file name itself is a tag name. Okay, so fine. So I have written welcome to message card. Now we go and check the UI. So only app component is there, but my message card content is not there. Sir, why this my message card content is not there? Thing is, you have written, yes, you have written a component, but my app.js. So app.js is actually a root level component, okay, which is the top level component. You write one more component also, but this root component doesn't have any information, doesn't have any connection with message component. The thing is, you have to write your own components and attach with root level component, because this itself is loaded on the DOM, okay, on the UI. So what should I do is, I have created a component and tag for this component is message card. So I will go to app, below h2 I will say message card. See, I got import statement from components folder which I created, message card, and the tag name I given. So if you give the tag name, what happens? In place of this tag name, whatever the UI you have written, that gets substituted in the place of card, and this looks simpler. Now check. See, welcome to message card has come. Welcome to message card has come. Okay, so this is how you create a component. Now I want to tell you how to apply some styles for that. First tell me app.js is there. Okay, this is app.js. So in this app.js, I want to add some styles. For example, I want to make this as a navbar. So what you do, instead of div tag, I'll give nav tag, class name navbar. Okay, in this just one anchor tag I write, or just say some span tag I write, and I keep this message card out of it. I'll tell you why. So nav tag, navbar, some span tag. So welcome to app component has come. I want to convert this like a navbar. How you write the styles? This is app component, right? App component styles where you write app dot css mostly. So what is the class name? Navbar. So I go here dot navbar. What are your styles? Background color, some light sea green, or else you may go with light blue something. Okay, I'll just say blue. Just say some deep sky blue. Deep sky blue. Okay, some React color I'm trying. Okay, inside what? The font size some 15 pixels. Oh, very less. Make some 20 pixels. Okay, you wanna have some padding. Padding some 5 pixels like this. Okay, so this is your simple, very simple navbar. Okay, but one more thing is I don't like this font. Correct? I don't like this font. So where should you write the font? If I write a font here for navbar, font family Arial and sans serif, what happened? Only that navbar has applied the font, but I want to apply the font for everyone. How you apply? This is app, this is message card. I want to apply for both. Who is the top level CSS file? Index.css, right? This is the top level. So if you write in the top level, it affects for everyone, every child, correct? So what is my plan is, instead of writing in font family in app, I write in top level. So what happened? It affects for both. Okay. And one more way, what is my way of practice is, I don't want to write the styles also for every its own component. I'll write always in a global directly. Okay, this you can practice because one application contains one style.css which contains their own styles. Okay, so instead of writing in app.css, I write in index.css. That is the global style sheet for whole application, so it also affects. Okay, fine. Now that is fine. What about my card? Message card not looks like a message card. Some content is there. So let's convert this like a proper card. How you apply the proper card? Go to message card. I write a paragraph, lorem 30 tab. You get some text, and I want to convert this like a card. So what I do? Can I keep this Can I keep this inside one class name, one card body, and the content? Okay. So I want to convert it. So let's take the class name called card. Very right. You may create message card.css and import, or else you go directly to index.css dot card. Let me give some box shadow 0 0, some 5 pixels and black. Okay, and what else? I want to have a width some 300 pixels, and let's give some margin some 30 pixels. We give some padding inside, that is some 20 pixels. Okay, let's keep the text center, text align center, and let's give some background color something called teal, and you want to give some text color, this say color some smoke white, like that. Okay, instead of welcome to message card, just say welcome to React. Okay, so you have created your own component. This is whole thing is your component. Okay, fine. Now observe in app.js, you write one message card, that is this card. So I want to have one more card like this. I want to have a one more card like this. What you do in old, I mean traditional web development, what you do, you want to generate this one more card. This particular source code you paste again. But here not like that. This whole source code represent one tag, that is message card. You write one more time, see one more card, one more time. How many times you copy paste? Those many times cards will come. That is called reusability. Okay, that is called reusability. And maintenance is easy, and you can simplify the application because see, very simple source code, hardly 5 6 lines. You got the UI. Okay, so now in this summarize this video, we have understand what is this component look for, and how the functional component can be written, and how to apply the styles for it. Okay, and the next example we'll see class based component. So as of now we have discussed functional component, and we also see another way, class based component also. We'll see that in the next video. Thank you. So we have discussed about a functional component. Let's see the class based component. So what I do is, mm, in the components I create one more file, new JavaScript. Let's say something called uh, this normal card only. Okay, or else just say some wish card. Okay, dot jsx. Okay, so functional component is how let function and return statement. But functional, I want to write a class base. How you write is import react from react. Okay, inside, you don't write a function, you write a class. So class wish card. Okay, so if you write a simple class like this, it'll become a normal class. If you want to represent this like a React component, you must extend this class from React dot capital component. Now it will become a component. In that there is a method called render. Okay, render method. This render method return something. In functional component directly return statement, but here render method in the return statement. Inside you write react.fragment. In that h2 welcome to wish card, something like that, and let's say export default to this common. That's it. So this is the class based component, which also contain the constructor and all. We'll see them that later. Okay, so sir, how can I display this on the UI? Simple, go to app, use that. How I use that? wish card. So what happened? So you get the wish card. And I want to, sir, I want to display like this type of card. Simple. In the message card, I write some code, right? Using the classes. Same classes I also use in my wish card because the styles has been written in the index.css. It affects for every component. Okay, same classes. So now check. This is class base. This is functional. So you want to understand this. Welcome to class. So this is class base and this is functional. Okay. So you clearly understand now the differences. Class looks like this. Function looks like this. And I can say class is bit legacy and function is bit newer. Okay. So going forward, we'll see both, but one point of time we'll see mostly uh, functional only because that is a legacy. Okay. So fine. So now we understand how to create a class-based component and also apply the styles just like any other component. Okay. And next concept will be props and state. We'll see that in the next video. Thank you. Now it's time to understand a new concept of React.js that is called props and state. Okay, this is very important concept you need to understand. So first of all, when I open a notepad, okay, so now concept goes to be React.js props and state. Okay, so first of all, what is meant by props? Props is a sense if you want to transfer data from one component to another component, you use this concept called props. Okay, so you have a parent component that is a root level app component, and from there I want to transfer data to its child component called message component. Then I use this props. Props is nothing but in your tag you have attributes, right? For example, image tag is there. Okay, in oh, props is nothing but let me change to HTML. Yeah, you have an image tag. Okay, image tag contains some src. Okay, so this is regular HTML tag and src is an attribute. Same like that, in React.js, we'll be developing our own components, right? In our own components, if you want to provide some extra attributes, attributes is called as here props. So some extra information you want to give it to this your custom tag, then src is for image tag, right? Like our own attributes can be given. That attribute itself is called a props. So this is very useful. And state is the sense the data itself can be maintained by the component. Generally in React.js, what happens if you want to create a component, because our main focus on creating a component, right? It can be class based or functional. So in that component, how you project the data. Generally, component means what? A piece of UI, right? A piece of UI means it can be a card, it can be a table, it can be an image, it can be a diagram, it can be a chart, anything, right? So, for example, you take a table. So, tables data will be there, right? Design is fine, but data, the data can be have inside of the component itself. If a component have its own data by themselves, that is maintained by a state. Okay, and sometimes what happen, the data not exist inside the component, the data come from some other component. I mean, you generate data in one component and that transfer to this component to project. Okay, so the data which is coming from outside of the component to your component, that is through props you receive the component, you receive the data. uh, or else you maintain your own data, that is state. Okay, a difference is there. So let's see where exactly the props and state gonna work. So first we'll see the class based components and then we'll see the functional components. Okay, so first of all, I close all this, but only thing is I don't want to mess up with this code. Can we take a backup of this code? Same like our Angular tutorial, we can take a backup of this code also. So in this, I'll create new folder. So React.js hyphen YouTube, not YouTube, YouTube. Yeah, the very first concept what we discuss is 01 hyphen React.js basics and also the CSS styles we discuss. Correct. So let me copy the source code of it. Where is the source code? First tab. In first tab, I copy everything except node modules and idea. Idea is a dummy folder of WebStorm and node modules is a huge collection of library. We don't need them. We only need the source code. Copy. I'll take a backup in here. So your source code is taken a backup. Okay, it just very less amount of space, some 720 MB. Fine. Now we can go and modify the first tab because we have taken a source code backup, so we can modify now. Okay, so what I do is um, let me go to here. Let me delete this components folder because I'm going to change it. In app.js also I remove these two guys and import statements also I remove. Done. So now what happened? Everything is perfect now. Okay, so your app component is empty and there is no components, custom components are there. Okay, so how it looks like? Just normal welcome to app component. That's fine. Now what I do is I create one component that is what component you create, for example. Okay, let's say again message component. Okay, let's say for example employee component, employee.jsx. uh, okay, employee.jsx file. So I want to have a class based component. So let's say import react from react, and let's say the class employee extends react dot component. Okay, here what is there? ren tab shortcut. Okay, so it's not division. React dot fragment. I'll say h2 welcome to employee component. Let's say export default employee. Right, I got employee component, but I don't want you to write this source code every time, the structure. You can take a backup of this. For example, I create a folder called notes. You can create like this. In this, I create one empty file, something called class.txt, class-based component. Okay, just say class component.txt. I'll paste it because I can reuse the same source code. Okay, I don't want to waste time in writing this dummy structure. Okay, so I have it. Now what I do, I go to app, I'll configure employee. Okay, now check. Welcome to employee component. This is your new component, employee, which is come here. Okay, now what I do is in this I will write one card body. In this I'll say h2 welcome John. So what happened? I got a card with text call welcome John. So this is the hardcode data of this component. That's fine. Now tell me what is the benefit of the component? You can reuse the component, right? So I have employee. Now I want to reuse the same employee source code. So 1, 2, 3, 4 times I have pasted. So every time you paste, every time you write this employee, in place of that, this entire structure is gonna paste it in the DOM. So what happened? How it look and feel? You get the multiple cards everywhere. John, 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 and John. So everywhere John. Okay. So one thing is you can reuse the component, right? Instead of writing the whole source code, you can reuse the component. But one problem is Welcome John, welcome John, welcome John, welcome John. Sir, everywhere John is there. I want my own name, different employee name. So then what you do? Yeah, what you do is you can provide some extra information. As of now, I take them just two. You can provide some extra information to the tag. Okay, for example, if you just write image tag, what happen? Dummy image tag will come. In the SRC, you change something, depend on SRC, different image will come. Same story here also. I want to provide some props. What is your prop? Your own prop. Because image is predefined, which contains SRC, width, height, those are predefined. But employee, customize our own component. Then what type of property? Your own components, your own property. Okay. So I'll provide some property. Name, Naveen. So see here, employee, I have provided the property. This itself is property. Generally, HTML tags called attributes. In React, this is called as a property. So I provide name Naveen. Okay. So if I say employee name Naveen, what happened on the UI? Still John is there. Naveen has not read. Okay, sir. How to read this name in the employee dynamically is like this. You go to employee. Here, this employee want to read your data, and that too is a class-based component. How to read is through constructor. Through constructor, you can read the property in class-based component. In functional component, there is no concept called constructor. Correct. So where you write a constructor, the actual structure is like this. Constructor. Here you have a props, and super also have a props. Props in the sense properties. Okay. So the data which you have provided to the component can be read through, if it is a class based component, you read through constructor props. Okay. Sir, how does this props looks like? You may read this prop. For example, inside, I'll say some console.log of props. I mean this dot props, because it's a class base. So this dot props. So if you see props, what has comes in a console? So if you see the console window, you got name, right? See, you got an object named Naveen. Yes, it is received through how? It is received through this dot props. And also I'll say age, age 33. Okay. If I save it, what happened? See, name has come, and age also has come. So whatever you provide through props, it is read through employee, name and age. Sir, how can I read them? Again, I want to just display only name, only age. How? Is like this. So if you want to replace, this is John hardcode data, I want to have a name, because you are providing a name property. So what I do is, in place of this, something dynamic. If I say this dot props dot name, if I say like this, what happen? You will get this dot props dot name, and that to hardcode data. Correct? I want to read the dynamic value of props. How you read dynamic value? And that too, it is a HTML source code. Then how you read dynamic value is, we have React.js expression. React.js expression will be there. That is like this. Simple double curly brace. Sorry, single curly brace. If you're using Angular, we have double curly brace. Okay, in Vue.js also double curly brace. In React, we have single curly brace. Okay, so what you do, you surround this guy with this one. This is called React expression to substitute some dynamic value. It can be props, it can be state, it can be variable, anything. Okay, so props dot name I have read. Now go and check. See, I got Naveen. Okay, sir, here you have not received anything because you are not providing anything. I'll say name is equal to Rajan. I say name Rajan. what happened? See, welcome Naveen and welcome Rajan. Both are same component only, same design, same look and feel, everything. Only thing data differs. And where does the data come from? Data is coming from outside of the component through props, because this data, right? This Naveen and Rajan not resides inside the this component. It's coming from someone else. Someone else is providing it. So through props can receive. Okay, how it receive is constructor props. This dot props dot name. You got it. Sir, name is fine, but what about the age? You're providing age also, right? Here also I'll provide age. Age is some 25. Okay, how to read the age then? You can read the age by saying some h3 tag age expression. Tell me this dot props dot age. That's it. You check. See, name has come and age has come. Okay, sir, 33 years I want. 33, okay. You are providing just 33 number, but I want to display 33 years. How? Simple. Just say YRS out of it. This is hard coded, na? So outside. See, 33 years. If you don't want space, then don't write space. Like that. Okay. So you can read. So one component can receive its data from outside the component through how it is received is props. Understood? And that too, we understand using a class based component. Okay, fine. Now let's see the same props concept in a functional component. How it can read in functional component and how it is displayed. Only thing is there is no this keyword, only props dot name. Okay, and there is no constructor concept. Then how it is received? Let's see in the next video. Thank you. So we have understand about class-based component props, and now let's see the functional component with props. So what I do is I will go to SRC. In that, one problem I made is I have not created components folder. I create directly employee, right? So I'll just small change. I create components folder. I'll just move this to components. Okay, and it is imported from components folder. Okay, fine. Now I create one more component called student. So new JavaScript capital student dot JSX created. Okay, and how functional component looks like: import React from React and just say let student is equal to a function. I'm writing arrow function. So this returns something that is react dot fragments. In that just say h2 welcome to student and I'll say export default to student. Okay, done. But one problem here is every time you have to write this type of structure. Instead, you can take a backup. So I go to notes, I create new file, something called func component.txt. I'll paste it so that I can reuse it next time. Okay, don't waste time in creation of structure. Uh, okay, so now I go to app, I comment this to employees, control shift to forward slash, control shift forward slash, uncomment, control shift forward slash again to comment. Okay, so go check, nothing is there. Okay, now I'll create a student component. What happened? Student has come, but I want to display like a card. What I do, I go to employee, simply I copy this whole react.fragments and I'll replace here the card and all, and I don't need anything, just say h2, just say welcome student, welcome student. So you got a card with welcome student. That's fine. Now what my plan is, same story. If I copy this and paste it again, you get two times welcome student. But I want to have own data. So how you do again? You can provide some name. I'll say name is equal to something John. Okay, and here name is equal to I'll say Laura, like that. So I provide two properties, name and name, and I mean only one name. Okay, but where how can I read that? You know how to read in class-based components, right? Using constructor you receive and this dot props dot name of the property. Same like that in functional, how to read is this is the function, right? So function parameter can read that property. So it's not just empty function parameter, it is props. Simple. No constructor here, right? So through function parameter it receives the props. And how to use them? Very simple. You write expression props dot name because you provide a name there, right? So name. Now check. Welcome John. Welcome Laura. Got it? And only one difference is class base you have this dot props dot name and in functional you have just props dot name. Okay. And I'm also providing the course. Course is BTech. Okay. And Bachelor of Technology. And course is equal to something MBBS. Okay. So two courses. So how can I read them? Very simple. You just say H3, just say course, display dynamically, props dot course. So now you get a course, BTech and MBBS, two courses. Very simple. And one very important thing you have to understand in this is, up to here you understand, right? Yeah, one small thing I'll change. I want to see the complete props data. How you do? You may write console.log of props. If I say console.log of props, what happened? You go inside the console, you can see the props, name Laura and codes has come. Correct? That's fine. But every time I don't want to open a console and check. I want to see the whole object as it is on the UI. Whole object I want, not just like mixed with HTML content. The raw data as it is I want to see. So if you want to see the raw data, you may write like this. Some pre-tag expression is a HTML tag. I say props. Props is an object, right? So I say props. Now save it. Go check. What happened? Everything goes away. Just because of, see, there is no error at all. If I write props, everything goes away. After some time you get the error. I think in console you get, yeah. See here, you got a lot of errors. Error is objects are not valid as a React child. The tag which you are displaying, right, the content which you are displaying, object as it is you can't display. Previously what you have done, you have not displayed object as it is. Object.name is a string, object.name course is a string. So string you display, that's why it is properly rendered. But here it says object itself be cannot rendered. So what you have to do is object as it is you can't render. Okay, so what you do, you can convert into string format. Tell me how to convert an object into string. JSON dot stringify of props. Okay, the whatever object is there, never try to print object as it is, even it contain one property also. Okay, so never try to print object as it is, it throws the error because it won't render as a React child the whole object. You may read properties of it. If the property itself is object also not prints. Okay, so you can convert it json.stringify of props. Now what happened? See, you got a whole object. Now you really understand, okay, this object contains name and course without looking into console. Okay, this is an easy practice, best practice. So you can give a pre-tag json.stringify of props. You can convert an object to string format so that you can see it, what all the properties are there. If it is you confirm what is there, then you can print it. Doesn't matter, right? Okay, that's fine. And we are done with class-based, sorry, functional components with props. Now in the next video, we'll see the state concept of class as well as functional. Let's meet in the next video. Thank you. Now let's see the concept called state. So what is state? A component can maintain its own data by themselves is called a state. So let's see how to handle the state concept in functional as well as class. It is completely different. When state concept comes into picture, class is different handling and functional component is having a different handling. Let's see how. Before I proceed, I'll just take a backup. So where is my code? Yeah, first step, I'll copy everything except these two guys. I create a new folder 02 hyphen so react.js hyphen uh, props. Okay, props concept. I'll paste it so that you can reuse the same source code. So once you take a backup, now go to first tab and change whatever you want. Okay, so now I'll remove this components folder and I don't need anything in this, and here also I don't need anything. Okay, so now I have started the application and you see it's completely empty. Okay, that's fine. Now um, okay, let's create one new folder, components, and this components I create one component of JavaScript that is again employee.jsx. Okay, I need to have a snippet. Don't write snippet because we already taken a backup of the snippet of class component. Copy, I'll paste it, and same employee name also matching, that's fine. If not matching, you change it. Okay, and I'll connect to the app once. Employee. Okay, save it. Now check. uh, employee, no such file or directory employee.jsx we have, right? Commit says maybe I removed the file structure. No, that's a problem. npm start, I'll do again. Okay, no problem, it's back. So welcome to employee component that is there. Okay, you read employee. Okay, now plan is um, I don't want to send any data from app to employee. I just keep only employee as it is. But still employee has to display its own data. Okay, first of all, how you maintain its own data by themselves, not receiving, not expecting from anybody else, is state. So how you create a state again is using constructor. So I'll do like this. Constructor, you know the complete structure of a constructor, right? It's a props and super of props. Okay, in this, you know the super call, right? Because a child class calling, I mean a child class extend from a parent. So whenever child object is created, then it should before that parent object gets constructed, right? That's a simple oops concept. Super. Now how you create a state is like this. This dot state is equal to an object. This is what state of your class component. State is nothing but data. Data of your component is state. Okay, what type of state you want? I want to maintain two employees data. So how you do? Let's say employees one array, because two employees data, right? Employees one array. In that first employee object. Okay, so what I do is, or else you take just only one employee if you want. Employee object, in that name John and age 35. Okay, so I have my own data by myself. Okay, then how can I read this John and age over here? Let me write a card once. card and the card body. I got a card. I want to read the name and age. How you read this dot state dot employee dot name, this dot state dot employee dot age. Let's see. Name expression, this dot state dot uh, employee dot name. So what happened? You get name is John. Next, if you wanna age, for example, you can surround with a span tag, and you may write some br tag with the self closing, and you can write one more. This is age, employee dot age, and some years. Okay, now check. So name John, age is 35 years, like that. Okay, fine. Now, sir, I want to have one more person data. So what you do, you can take not just employee object, you want to take multiple objects. Employees, it is not just an object, you take employees is an array. In that first object is John, next object is something called Wilson, and this guy some 25 years. Okay, name and age. Employees array and this one. Then how you modify this? There is no employee, it's employees and that too is an array. So how to get the first element of array? Employees of 0 dot name, employees of 0 dot age, like that. So I say employees of 0 the first element, employees of 0 the second element. I think it's 0. I mean first element only age. Now check, John has come. You want to have one more card, you can copy the card and paste it. I say 1 and then 1. Now check, the first employee and second employee. Okay, two cards. And also please check, I have not read any, I'm not providing any data external from external to this employee, but still employee have its own data, and that data itself is printed. Of course, this data as of now hardcode data. Later on, I'll tell you how to get this particular data from server. Generally, React application gets data from server. So once we understand in future videos, once we understand how to get data from server, then we can have a server connection directly. So you read data directly from server and bind it. Okay, this is called binding. Okay, so I got data. It's very simple. Okay, so now we understand state concept of a class based component, how you maintain the state and how to read it. Okay, now in the next video we'll see how to maintain the same state concept in a functional component that is completely different from where hooks concept will come. So let's see that in the next video. Thank you. So last example we have understand about how a class can maintain its state, right? So in this video let's see how a functional component can maintain its data. So it is slightly different when compared to the class. So first of all, what I do is I go to components, I create new JavaScript that is something called student.jsx. Okay, so I need to have a structure. You go to functional component text file and paste it. I got the same student. If you want, you can change the name as per your file name, but my file name is same as student. So I keep it as it is. And then I go to app. I comment the employee. I write only student. Okay. So you check, you got only welcome to student. That's fine. Now in this, I want to maintain my own data. How you maintain? It is not like class base. Just you can write an object. It is completely different. Here to maintain the state in functional component, we have to use a new concept called hooks. Okay. So here React hooks comes into picture. Okay. So what is React hook? React hook is a special functions of a component. So React hooks is not something new, which is like it's a special function, okay, and which is having a special syntax as well. And each hook can be used for a different purpose, for state management, for fetching data from server, for callbacks and all. Okay, so a special function of a component to maintain the state. To maintain the state, what is a hook is use state hook is a function. Okay, so use state is a predefined. Okay, never change any keyword or character or lowercase uppercase. It is exactly same. This is one hook, like use state hook, use callback, use history, use location. Like too many things are there. Going forward, we'll see. But as of now, the very first one, use state hook. Use state is a hook. It is having its own syntax also. What is the syntax is? Let me change the language to JavaScript. Yeah, syntax looks like this. Let an array is equal to use state. It is like this. Okay, and use state having some data, and inside you have state and set state. Okay, and here's some data. This is the syntax of use state hook. It looks something new. Before you understand that, I'll tell you. Generally, to maintain some data, what you do? You create a variable, you create an object, you create array, right? To hold some data. Same way, let's see. Let student is equal to an object I want to create. Name is John, and course is some BTech, like this. So this is generally you will create a data or object in JavaScript programming language. But same thing I want to maintain in React.js, and that to using functional component hooks use state is like this. See, observe very closely. Let name of the variable and actual value of the variable. Okay. So when come to use state hook, let an array is equal to use state. Okay, this is the structure. Inside this use state having an object, right? That itself is a state object. State object. In the state object, I will write this. So assume my state is student object. So I write like this. Use state. The value I substitute as it is here. So use state inside what is there, that itself is your state. Okay, and the use that value should contains a variable, right? That variable is state. And what is this special one is, if you want to update this particular data, this is required, and this is not a variable, it is a function. This is variable name for this data, and this is a function to change this data. Simple, right? So let's see how practically. Now I want to maintain a student data. How you maintain is let an array is equal to use state. That use state come from React. In the use state, I want to have some data. What is my data? Name is John, and the age, or else just a course, BTech. And what is the name of the state? You can say state only, and function set state. I'll tell you how to use set state later. As of now, this is the structure. Okay. Now I want to use it. Let's make a card structure. Card body. I want to use the name and course. How to use the name? Tell me. Name expression. Yeah. How to read a state is a variable to access the whole state. Okay. If you wanna see, I write a pre-tag expression JSON dot stringify of state as it is. If I write a state, what happened? The whole state object will come. Check. The whole state object has come. Name is John, course is BTech. I want to use just name. So state dot name. So I'll say what here? State dot name. And then just say age you want. I guess it's a course. State dot course. Now check. Name is John, course is BTech. If you want to have a next line, PR tag. name John, course BTech, like this. And this is just raw data. If you don't want, you can remove it. Okay, fine. Sir, what about I want to maintain multiple students data? You can actually do one thing. In this particular object, you can take um, it's like this students and array, no semicolon, array. In that first object, name is John, course is BTech. Next, one more object. So name is Laura, course is MBBS. Okay, fine. Then how can you read them? State dot students is an array in that first element. So state dot students of 0 dot name. State dot students of 0 dot name. And here students of 0 dot course, like that. You want to have one more card, copy the card and paste it. Let's say it is 1, it is 1. Okay, so now check John BTech, Laura MBBS. Okay, this is how you maintain the state in a functional component. Okay, fine. Now one more thing you can do, a small change in this. Instead of reading state dot student dot name, you can destructure it. Instead of saying state dot student, you can actually destructure. Let something is equal to state. Normal ES6 what's called destructuring concept. So from here I read only students. For example, you have students, lecturers, like too many things are there, then you can read them directly. So if you destructure like this, then no need to specify the state. Just say directly students of name and student dot course because of destructuring concept. This is destructuring in ES6 or ES 2017. Okay, this one. One more thing is, if you don't want to write multiple times card and card, you can loop it also. So let's see the looping in a coming example, but as of now, this is fine. Okay, so now we understand the state concept in functional components also. So next example, uh, we'll see the Bootstrap configuration, because as of now we are using just normal CSS. I don't like this normal CSS. Let's configure a Bootstrap setup so that you can make some rich UI. Okay, so let's see the Bootstrap setup in the next video. Thank you. Now in this video we are going to understand about how to configure Bootstrap for your React.js. Okay, so I have open WebStorm. In this we have two components. So let me take a backup of these two components and then we'll start creating a Bootstrap configuration, and we'll see few examples also. So first of all, how you take a backup is you go inside the folder which you have created in React.js YouTube. I'll create a folder called 03 hyphen React JS hyphen state, because we discussed the state concept, and source code goes to be all this. Copy them, go here and paste it. Okay, so first step, you have taken a backup on the name of the React.js state management, and then uh, now the first step you can change whatever you want, right? So I have opened back the first tab. In this I don't need the components as of now. I'll use maybe different components. So I delete this components folder as of now, not required, and app.js also I was configured them, so I remove them. Okay, so now it's clearly empty app component. So and I'll start the application as well, npm start. Okay, so it will start. Meanwhile, how to configure a Bootstrap is you have to install Bootstrap setup in your system. So thing is, you go inside, um, okay, you go to Google and just type for Bootstrap npm. Okay, so you can go to the official Bootstrap website. You go inside official Bootstrap website for downloads page. Somewhere you can find, yeah, package manager. This is the command to install a Bootstrap. Meanwhile, my application has started. My application has started. That's fine. Yeah. So let me also open a notepad in this. So how to install a Bootstrap to your application is npm install Bootstrap. Okay. So this is the one I'm going to install. So I'm back here. What I do is before you start installation, you must stop the server. So I'll stop it for a while. I'll paste it, enter. Npm install Bootstrap. So this will install the Bootstrap library to your project, and then you have to configure it in your project. Okay, it will take few moments. Okay, after Bootstrap, come on, it's not even started. Okay, after Bootstrap, I want to use one more, that is Font Awesome. Font Awesome is actually for icons. Bootstrap also provides now, Bootstrap 5 onwards, it also provides inbuilt icons, but I mostly use the Font Awesome icons. So I want to use install Font Awesome icons. Okay, for Font Awesome icons, also you have a URL. Go to Google and search for Font Awesome npm. Okay, so there is a font of some npm. I just copy that, paste it. This is the, you can just say npm I font awesome or npm install font awesome. Okay, so let's check is that Bootstrap is finished. Yeah, Bootstrap is finished. 5.1.3 has come. That's the current version of Bootstrap now. And then I install font awesome as well. I'll copy and paste it, enter. So this also gets download, and after that I want to have some Google fonts. So I want to use some Google font. It was already using some Roboto font. Um, Not Roboto. We have given some Arial font. Okay, so let's use some Google font, something called Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu font I'll be using for my whole of the application. Okay, so for Ubuntu font, I'll tell you, it is installed, right? Yeah, super done. Okay, I'll tell you how to add Google Fonts. First of all, yeah, we install Bootstrap and we install Font Awesome, right? So how to configure them and where to configure them. And the very first thing, whenever you install any particular package, so that package resides an entry in package.json. When you see Bootstrap and the Font Awesome, both are listed here. Okay, and those are installed inside a node modules folder. Okay, and then how to configure them is you go straight to index.js. This is the main startup file for your React.js application. So in this I'll write a comment for Bootstrap plus font awesome configuration. Okay, so I write import statement. Yeah, I'll tell you, for Bootstrap you have to connect one CSS file and one .js file. You have to configure, you have to import, and for this one CSS file you need to add. That's all. Okay, thing is, so import from my Bootstrap folder from node modules, in the dist folder, distribution CSS bootstrap.css. This is one thing. And also import bootstrap slash dist folder slash js JavaScript slash bootstrap bundle.js. bundle.js. So this is required. These two are enough to configure a Bootstrap. And after that, I want to configure a font awesome icons. That is simple. Import inside you say font awesome slash css slash font awesome dot css. That's all. So you get a font awesome icons. Okay. And moreover, how to add a Google Fonts. So Google Fonts, nothing to install separately using npm. You just need to add some import statement of it. So if you want to add a Google font, just go to Google and search for Google Fonts. Yeah, in this Google Fonts, I'll be searching for Ubuntu. Okay, I got a Ubuntu. And in this, you can select the required fonts. I select this one. So first three I selected light 300, italic and 400. So for all the selection, I got some link tag or import statement. You may use a link tag or import statement. I select the import statement. In that, I'll just copy only the import statement. I'll copy the import statement. And where do we add it? And what is your global style sheet is index.css. So on top of my index.css, I'll add that. Okay, I have pasted in the at the top of index.css. And also please check the font family was using Arial sans serif. So I want to use my Ubuntu font. So below this font family you have. So let's copy the font family and I'll replace in the place of font family of body tag, I'll paste it here. Okay, and also let's make it is important because by default Bootstrap is using Roboto, but I want to replace that also with Ubuntu. That's why this extra. Save it. Done. And let me start the application. 10 p.m. start. Yeah, it is started, and please check the font has been applied. Okay, that's fine. And now what my plan is, I don't need this navbar styles because this is using CSS we have written, but not required because we are now using Bootstrap. So I don't need the card styles. I don't need the navbar styles because I can start using a Bootstrap for it. And this is okay for font family. Now I go to app.js. Navbar is there. Okay, I remove the styles right like this. So I want to convert this like a proper navbar that to using a Bootstrap. So you can simply check how Bootstrap has been configured or not. Confirmation. You may write a button with some classes btn minus success and btn minus uh, let's say as success. Let's say login. So you get the Bootstrap button. Okay, let's have one more button. Bootstrap primary. Just say register. Yeah. So two Bootstrap buttons has come. Okay, but only one problem is there is no space between the buttons. That you can fix using .btn. Just give some margin of 5 pixels. Okay, that's fine. You got some two buttons. Okay, now uh, I confirm Bootstrap is working, and then let's make this guy as a proper navbar. Okay, so how you make a navbar is Bootstrap classes. I'll write an anchor tag first. Just say slash and what is this? App component. Okay, so I'll give the Bootstrap classes. If you're not sure about Bootstrap, you do visit my Bootstrap tutorial or playlist in my YouTube channel. I have already made a lot of examples and websites on Bootstrap, so I'll show you. You go to playlist once and where you can find somewhere Bootstrap. Okay, you read about this, you understand the Bootstrap styles. Okay, so navbar dark and bg dark and navbar expand sm. Okay, you get a dark color navbar. And what about the anchor tag? Anchor tag, you give the class called navbar brand, the brand name. Okay, looks good. So you got a proper navbar. Okay, but I don't need this. Looks like app component. I want to change this as a React with Bootstrap styles. The React with the Bootstrap styles. Okay, fine. Because this indicates what is the concept we are discussing. That one. Okay, and now to confirm the icons as well, you will write an I tag with the class fa minus user circle. So you get the user circle icon. If you want to have a bigger image, just say 4x. See, it has come. And if you want to have some Facebook icon, class name is FAB is a brand, FA Facebook. Okay, so Facebook is not displaying. Maybe you missed something to add. Okay, one online CSS file you need to add. Maybe that link was missing. Not only just installation, you have to load a online CSS file, I guess. Okay, I have a link of it. One second, just go to font, this one. use.fontawesome.com releases 5.8.1 CSS all.css. So this link you need to add extra. Where is, go to your public folder index.html. Somewhere before the title you paste link tag. href is this one. Just you need to add it, and you wish you can download it also locally. Done. So you just need to add this extra. You can pause the video and check this link to be added. So once it is added, you go and refresh. See, you got a Facebook icon. Okay, and yeah, you want to have some bigger FA minus 4x. So Facebook icon, you want to have a color. Just say text primary. You get the Facebook color. Okay, so Bootstrap has configured, and also the font has come, and also the icons has come. Okay, so this is how you can configure Bootstrap for your React.js. And then see in the next example, let's make some good component with Bootstrap styles. Thank you so much for joining, and please subscribe to my channel, and we'll meet in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we have understand about how to configure Bootstrap. Okay, so in this video we are going to understand again the Bootstrap styles. So here I want to explain you how better front end design you can make using Bootstrap. Okay, if you're using Bootstrap, how effectively you can create a rich user interface. Okay, so what is my plan is, so I have the same application, so which I have started here, Bootstrap styles. Now my plan here is I want to take a few cards with some images. So if you want to get some images to be downloaded, you can refer a website called pexels.com. Okay, you go just directly to the pexels.com and you can search for whatever you want. For example, workspace. If you type a query, all workspace related photos will come. Okay, you can select any picture and you can freely download, and you can also choose some large or small, whatever option you want, and customize also you can download. And I have downloaded few images and I kept on my desktop here. So let me use these images in my application. So how to use these images and where can I paste it? You just copy the folder of image in src. In src only you have to keep those images on the name of assets folder. So generally people create assets folder. So on src, right click new directory called assets. In the assets I will paste my image folder which contains all the images. Okay, so I can start using these images in my application. Okay, so along with assets, I'll create another directory called components. In this, I'll create one component, a functional component. Let's say something called card country card dot jsx. Okay, so I want to have a snippet. So I go to notes and I bring the functional component snippet and I'll paste it. But only thing is I have to change the name of the class name. I mean function name, control R, student replace it with country card. Okay, and then replace all. Okay, it's done. It's replaced here, here, here also. Now let's configure that in the app component. Now you check, you got a welcome to country card. So this I want to make all the four cards. So what my plan is, I go inside of it. I just using a Bootstrap grid system. So uh, one container, one row, is called MD, three column layout. In that one card, so card body. So let's check. I got a card body, but some margin top. I'll say margin top 3. Okay. So here I want to display an image. So that image is available in my local. So how to import local images is, let's say image1 from dot slash uh, dot slash no, wait dot slash assets folder slash image slash card1 dot jpg. So like that I need four images. So I say image 2, image 3, image 4, and this is I given a name actually card 2, card 3. You can rename whatever the name you want. I just given card 1 2 3 4. Okay, I have imported the four images. Let's use them. So in the card I use the image tag. src is it's not a hardcode data, it's a dynamic the variable I want to substitute. So in the place of src I use the React expression, just say image1. Okay, so let's check. You got a image1 for the card. You can also make the card as some shadow LG. Okay, you get some shadow. And below that, I want to specify the name and some text. How you specify is, let's say some H3. Let's say it is Paris. Okay, and below that, you want to have a text. You write a paragraph, just say lrm20 tab, some 20 words. Okay, so nice card has come. See, with less amount of classes, less amount of styles, you got it. Rich UI. Okay, that's where we use a bootstrap for our make our life easy. Okay, and you can also create a button over there. Let's take a button with a class btn minus dark btn sm, the small button. Let's say read more. Okay, so read more button for Paris. So like that I want to have three other cards with different images. So what you do is, let's copy the call md3. I'll paste, paste and paste. So you got four images. Now you can replace each of the image with your own. Let's say image 2 here, and image 3 here, and also image 4 here. So you get four different images, and you want to change this particular text. What I do is, this one is I think it's Bangkok, and this is Indonesia and Malaysia, like that. See how nice cards has come from Bootstrap. Okay, so very simple. You can also make this type of cards using Bootstrap. Okay, so I just wanted to explain the simple design and rich user interface using Bootstrap. So that's why, so as a UI developer, you must know at least Bootstrap on top of CSS so that you can make using less code, you can make some rich UI. Okay, so enough for this. In the next video, we'll see the event handling using React.js. Thank you. So last video we understand about the Bootstrap cards. So let's take a backup and then we'll start with the event handling using React.js. So how I take a backup is I go to first tab, copy them. In this, I create a new folder. Just say 05-react.js-bootstrap cards. I'll paste the code. Okay, so that now you can start using the same first tab source code for your different example. Okay, I back here. I will first of all I stop the server. Okay, I delete the components folder and app.js also. I remove the configuration of it. Done. Okay, and then I again start back npm start. So this application gets started now. Okay, so now thing is okay, it is started. Fine. Now we need to understand how event handling works in React.js. Uh, Generally in JavaScript, DOM manipulation, right? So how to work with the button clicks and any particular event on a browser. So particular event on a browser. So how to affect with that events. Okay, how to handle those events. Uh, those things and all you might have seen. So let's see how to have a how event handling works, especially in React.js. With some examples, we'll see so that you get the clear idea how event handling works in React.js. So for that, I'll just start with a very basic example of counter. So I'll just take a simple counter where I increase and decrease the counter by clicking on the buttons so that you're familiar how event handling works in React and how to change the state. Okay. So first of all, what I do is for this, I'll first change the navbar heading because this is not Bootstrap now. This is React with events handling. React with event handling. Okay, fine. Now I go to SRC. I create a directory called components. So in this, I create one component of JavaScript that is counter. Okay, I made a mistake. It must be JSX. You can write JS also, but I mostly use JSX. Okay, so in this I need to have a snippet first. So I go to notes, copy the snippet and paste it. I replace the student with what? Counter, because don't spend much time on creating the structure. Counter. And let's connect the counter with app. Let's say counter. Done. Now you check, you got a counter. Okay, setup is ready. So before I proceed with counter handling and all, let's have a design of proper look and feel of a counter. So here I'll using a bootstrap code. So one container and let's make some margin top 3. You may write normal HTML also without using bootstrap, but you can't really feel the importance of rich UI and the React. So better you need to have a rich UI and it helps you learn more interest on learning technology. Okay, so one row call md3, one card header, and also one card body. Okay, so fine. So this type of cards you may create multiple times. So I can also take a backup of this guy because don't waste much time on creating card every time. Copy this. I'll keep somewhere here. I can reuse it. Okay, this for reuse. I'll take a backup. You can change the language to HTML. Okay, that's fine. Now here, some heading, let's say DG success, text to white, let's say something called p.h for some counter. Okay, so here I need to have some number, let's say h5 with the class called some display 3 or 2, let's say some number 0. Okay, and below that I need to have a buttons. Let's have a button. One is for increment, one is for decrement. So let's say btn minus success and btn minus sm. Okay, let's say increment button. You can change this color as pg primary. Okay, increment, and one more button for a decrement, btn minus warning, and this is decrement. Okay, fine. So you have two buttons and counter is ready. So now let's start making increment of this number and decrement of that number. So generally, if you have like this setup, how can you increment this number? Simple. They have a 0. You click on the button, it will increment to 1, 2, 3, 4. But how can you start this? The very first step, how you make this in regular JavaScript DOM manipulation. You will create a variable and you bind it here, and when you click on a button in the background process, you access that variable and you update it. Correct? Same story if you want to make it in React.js. What is the thing you have to get is, see, I'll tell you. Uh, See here, I have a counter, right? So first of all, you want to increment this number. So first thing is you have to take care what is that is dynamic. In this entire story, this number is dynamic. So first thing what you do is in your component, assume this is your component. Okay, I mean JavaScript code. So in that you create a state with some variable. You create a state with some variable. What is my variable? Count is equal to 0. First you declare a state with count value 0. Okay, and then you need to bind that 0 here. You need to bind that 0 here. That is first step. So if you bind it like this, when I change this 0 to 1, it affects 1. If I change to 2, it affects 2. When I change to 3, it affects 3. So first binding should be there. Okay. After binding happen, next step what you do? You don't need to change here. Okay. Next step, when I click on this button, I want to increment the number. How I increment the number? If you change the state data, it increments. So next step is when you click on this increment, you will call a function. What that function does is that function is going to update the state data in your JavaScript code. If it is updated in the state data, automatically it's been already been binded on the UI. So if you update in the state, it will updated, because I told right manually if you update, it updates here. So I want to update when I click on a button. So when I click on a button, I call a function, from there I update, so it automatically updates here. This is the background process, but front end you can see when you click on the button, it updates number here. Same story for decrement also. So let's see practically of how it works. So first step, you have to create a state. Yep. Now let's say uh, in functional component, how to create a state using a use state hook. So you know the syntax, right? Use state hook with some code. What is that? Count value 0, and just say state and set state and set state count value 0, and this particular 0 I want to update in the place of hardcode value. How you read state dot count? You use the React expression. Just say state dot count. So what happens? So state dot count value gets update here as a 0. Okay, so how you confirm that is it really bind or not? You go and change the state data to something 3. See it updates 3. I changed to manually 6. It update to 6. So it's been binded properly. But initially I want 0, so I keep it back to 0. It is 0. Done. Next step, when I click on this button, then you have to update the state. How to update the state is using this function. Okay. So first of all, how you make a click event is generally same like your JavaScript on click event, but slight changes in JavaScript. You have on lowercase click, but in React on uppercase click, capital C. That's all. Okay. Let's say on click is equal to just say increment counter is a function. So I create that function here. Let increment counter is equal to a function. This is simple. On click, you call one function like this. And remember always in React.js, you never call like this. Okay, you only just mention a function name. Okay, just keep that in mind as of now. This function name you specify no parentheses, but in JavaScript you have parentheses, but now not here. Okay, I have a function. So what it does, let's make some alert. Let's say increment counter, just to confirm is it really working with the button click or not. Alert. So when I click on the button, I should get the alert. When I click on the button, I should get the alert. Yes, my event handling is working. Okay, button click is working. Just to you can check like this. Okay. After that, what to do? I want to update the state data. So remember what is this set state? Set state is a function which is going to replace the existing state with a new state. Set state is a function which is going to replace existing state with a new state data. Okay. So what I do is set state function I'll call. In that you have another story. You have access to the previous state and this will become a new state. You access to the set state is having one callback function that accepts to the state, previous state that updates existing new state. This guy is the new state. So existing state object is this one. This is the new state object. So what you do is count, count, count is a variable over there, right? So count will be what? If you say one hardcode data, always when you click on the button, it's make one. But I want existing state data plus 1. How you get existing state data? You have a property access, right? So state dot count plus 1. Okay, this will become a new state. So it is stating existing state with a new state. Set state existing state you can access through parameter. So that state dot count plus 1 to the new state. So what happened? How many times you click existing count plus 1 you'll get. So now you check back here when I click on the button, see it's keep incrementing the number. Okay, so that's fine. So you successfully done with the increment counter. I want to make a decrement counter as well. That is that easy, right? So let's say on click is equal to decrement counter. Okay, so let's create this particular function. Let decrement counter is equal to a function where same set state, but this time I want to make a -1. Okay, this will increment to by 1, decrement by 1. Okay, so now check. I'll back here, I refresh. Yeah, so incrementing is working 111, decrementing also working. Increment and decrement. So simple, right? So what are the things you have to understand here is first you have to create a state because the number which you want to have a dynamic data that must be come from a state. So first you declare a state and bind it wherever you want to display dynamic data. That's the first step. Later on, when you click on the button, you call a function and make sure you don't have parentheses. Here, you can set state using a function name called set state. And also remember, the set state is not a predefined text. You can write whatever you want. You can write ABC also. So only thing is you replace everywhere ABC. Okay. So the second parameter of this array of use state hook is a function to update the state. But ABC doesn't make sense. So that's why people write set state. If it is state, set state. If it is ABC, set ABC, like that. Okay, so you update the state with existing state data. And so remember always set state is not just updating one variable, it completely state will replace. Okay, setting a state. Okay, so now you successfully finish with the counter, and let's meet in the next video with another example. Thank you. So last video we understand about a counter, and in this video we'll start with another example called some wish message card. I'll show you how it is. First I will go to app. I'll comment the counter because counter FN is finished. Yep. So in components I create another JavaScript. Let's say something called wish message.jsx. Okay. I need to have a snippet. I'll copy the existing snippet and paste. So here I replace here wish message, replace all. Okay, and go to app. I'll write wish message. So now check, you got a wish message. So this wish message actually contains a message with three buttons inside. Okay, so here I want to have a card setup. We already taken a backup of the card setup. Let's copy, uh, paste it. So don't waste your time on making a card like this. Yeah, you have a card ready. So let's make some column D 5, I guess. Okay. So let's say here BG secondary and text to white like this. Yeah, here I write a heading, the p.h4 wish message. Okay. So in this, what I do is I'll say h5 with a class called display 3 and let's say hello. Okay. And I have three buttons. Let's take a button with a class called btn minus success, btn minus sm, and let's say good morning. So you have three buttons: good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Okay, so this is button morning and btn minus danger. So this is good afternoon and this is good evening. So you have a setup ready now. You have three buttons. So what my plan is, when I click on a good morning, I want to change this particular text to good morning. And then when you click on good afternoon, when you click on good evening. Very simple, but something extra you learn here. Let's see. So first of all, tell me how to update this hello with this one. First of all, this hello will be replaced with good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. So it means this particular text should come from a state and bind it, and then later on, when you click on the button, you update the state according to whatever you want. So first of all, how to make this dynamic is you need to create a state. So let something is equal to use state hook. In that, I'll say some message with the data is hello. Okay, that's the existing text. Let's say state and set to state. Okay, message is what? Hello. And this hello I want to bind dynamically here. So what do? You write expression state dot message. So it's become hello. You want to confirm the binding, you just make something else. You check it is updated. So it's been binded properly. But I need this to be a hello. Done. Next step, when you click on the button, you update this value with whatever you want. I want good morning. So I create a function first. Let's say good morning is a function. I add a function. Say good morning. So this function is going to update this message to good morning. How you do? Set state, set state, where you have a function inside Okay, that access to the state. So message will be good morning. That's it. You have a function that is updating your state data to good morning, and I have to call this function when I click on the button. Where is my button? Is here. So let's say click is equal to say good morning. So on click say good morning, and that's gonna update your message to good morning, and that will bind automatically on this. So now check, I refresh, click on good morning. Say you got good morning has been updated. Same like that, good afternoon and good evening. Good afternoon and good evening. Okay. Um, yeah, something more we understand here. So we know already how to call a function with button click, right? So when you click on the button, you call a function, you updates. I wanna tell you one more example here. See, as of now, if you observe, this function doesn't take any parameter, correct? It doesn't take any parameter. We also discussed last example also doesn't take any parameter. Now let's understand how to call a function on a button click with taking a parameter, which takes a parameter. See here, if doesn't take a parameter, you just mention a function name, that's fine. But if function takes a parameter, then how can you pass it? You must provide a parenthesis. Then how can you pass? Let's see, because with the parameter, without parameter, handling is slight different. So I want to explain you that. So I create a function now. Let's say good afternoon. Okay, is a function. So what this function does, it takes some value. It takes some value, and that value I want to update to my state. So what I do is instead of hard coding data, I'll just give a value as it is. Whatever value receive in the parameter, I update in the message. Okay. So now this function takes a parameter. Then how can you call a parameter? Parametered function. Simple. You say like on click is equal to, don't just call a function with a parameter. You need to write a special function again. So it looks something newer. You write a function, say good afternoon, and where you have to provide a value. What is that? Good afternoon. Okay. Remember, easy way. There are multiple ways are there, but this is the easy way I prefer. If function doesn't have a parameter, just call as it is function name. If function takes a parameter, you create a function specification like this, arrow function, and then you call it with parameter. Straightforward. Okay. So what happened? It will take good afternoon in this function call. It updates. Okay. So now check when it was hello, good morning, good afternoon. Both are working. Okay. Fine. So function with parameter, how to call, you understand. Okay. Multiple ways are there, but this is the best one. Okay. One more way I tell you. What is one more way is apart from these two. Here you create a function and you call a state. Here also you create a function with parameter of course, but you update a state. Correct? I can also do the story directly here. Instead of calling a function and that function is updating the state, instead you can update here itself. How you do is see something like this. On click, it is something uh, congested, but this is also one more way. On click is equal to your one function. Okay, in this I update the set state. So set state where you have another function, you have to receive a state where message goes to be like this. People also write like this, so don't get confused here. Nothing much I have done. I have created an anonymous function. In that I am setting the state. So how are you setting the state? Here, how are you setting the state? Same thing I written in line here. I'm just make anonymous function instead of function call, same like this. Instead of function call, I create an anonymous function. There I'm setting here only. Okay. So this is another way of doing it, but mostly I don't prefer this because people get confused with number of brackets and number of balances. A lot of things you have to take care. This only comes with experience. Okay. But I don't prefer this. Why can't you create a function and do it? It looks even simple, right? Because while coding, not just you have to understand your anybody who sees your code also should understand what's happening there. Okay, generally you write in that way. Okay, fine. So now you have understand the button click event and how many ways we can call it without parameter, with parameter, and also anonymously you can call it and update a state. Okay, so that's it. Oh, you have to check. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So all are working. Okay, so that's fine. Enough for this video, and let's start with another example in the next video. Thank you. So last example we understand about a wish message example, and so let's see another example in this video that is called the product item. Generally in your cart you have a product list of products and where you can increment the cart quantity and decrement the cart quantity, right? So let's take that realistic example now. So for that I will go to app. I'll comment wish message as well. You get empty, and now I'll create because we go level by level. Okay, something more complex than wish message. Okay, let's say product item dot jsx. Yeah, I need to have a snippet. I'll copy and paste it. So let's have this replace with product item, replace all, and let's configure with app product item. Okay, and now let's have a design of it. A small design I'll make. One container with some margin top 3 and one row single column. Let's say p.h3 product item. Let's have some text success. Okay, and then let's have a paragraph of lorem 30 tab. Okay, look and feel should be like a proper application. Okay, below that I need to have a table with content. Okay, so below that I'll take another container here. If wish margin top 3, one row and a single column. I'll say one table I need. Okay, list of items in a table format. So table. So I'll say class name table, table striped and text center and table over t head table row th star 6 tab. Okay, let's have serial number. I need the image of the product, I need name of the product. Okay, and I need a price of the product. I need quantity of the product. I need total of the product. Okay, so let's have bg dark and text white. Okay, yeah, below that I need to have a product information. So first of all, how can you display the product information? It must come from a state, because when I click on a increment or decrement, that should come from a state data. So for that I create a state now. Let something use state hook. Okay, so what is that? State and set state. Okay, so what is your data? I say product is an object which contains some data. For example, it's have some serial number and image and name of the product, something called mi watch, and the price of the product, let's say some 1500, and the quantity, default quantity I'll give 2. Fine. I need to have an image. I'll just straightforward go to Google and get some smart watch. You go for images and get some watch. Yeah, this one I'll copy. Image address and I'll paste here. Okay, so you have a state data. This state data as it is, I want to display on my here table. Table row TD. The first one is you write state dot product dot serial number. So what happened? You get the serial number. But I don't want to write every time state dot product dot serial number. You can use a destructuring also. How you destructure we discussed in a previous videos is equal to state. I want to read only the product objects. Just you can destructure the product object. If you destructure the product object from the state directly, you can use state dot serial number. Don't use state. I mean product dot serial number. Don't use state. Fine. And what about the image expression product dot image? But I got image URL, but I want the real image to be displayed. Simply what you do, you can write the image tag and src will be my image so that you get the image. Okay, and you can write some width and height. Width some 50 and height some 50. I made two. Okay, you got image and name of the product. Say product dot name. You get the name of the product and price of the product. Product dot price. Okay, and lastly you have product dot quantity, right? And what about total? Total very simple. Total is what? Sorry, total means 1500 into 2. So you write expression product dot quantity into product dot price. So it calculates to 3000. Okay, now setup is ready. But only thing is for quantity I need a plus symbol and minus symbol. So for quantity I write an anchor I tag with the class fe minus decrement, not decrement I guess, minus square. Okay, with mx one some gap. Okay, so like this I need one more. This is fa plus square or circle. Okay, looks good. Now the setup is ready. Okay, now what is my plan is when I click on a plus symbol I want to increment this I mean the quantity. When I click on plus symbol increment the quantity, depend on that total also gets increment. Minus symbol is to decrement the quantity. That's all, simple, right? So how you make this? Same event handling, too much source code, that's fine. I told right next level of your previous example. One more example also there, that is next level of this. Okay, so plus symbol. So what is my plan? Plus symbol is I tag. So I say on click is equal to increment quantity. Okay, a function copy. I'll say here let's increment quantity is equal to a function. You want you can write an alert and check is it working or not. So click on the plus symbol, say increment has come, so it is working. Okay, now what's the plan here? I want to update only quantity. How you update? Can I say set state in this you access to the previous state, and here you set state. So let's say product object as it is. See the same product object because set state will replace the existing state, not just adding a one property. Replace the existing state completely. So set state. This is the my state data I have. Okay. Now product is there, product. So in this entire object, I only need to update the quantity. Then what about these guy? You can keep as it is, where quantity I replace with existing quantity. What is existing quantity? State dot product dot quantity plus 1. Okay, this is the only one which I'm updating. Okay, but just to satisfy, because it will replace. If you don't write these things, what happen? It will become null. Okay, because replacing, right? It only keep one property quantity and remaining all just empty. So I have to write it. But my it looks something weird, right? Sir, you want to update only this guy, but still you have to write this. Yes, you have to write this to satisfy React. There is an option for you. Instead of writing all this, you can make a copy of them. That is using the spread operator of ES6. What is that is, instead of using all the things here, dot 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 state dot product. Okay, you say dot 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 state dot product means all the existing things will replace here on top of that quantity I'm updating. Okay, fine. Now you check, refresh, data is there. You click on the plus symbol, see updating 4, 5, 6, 9,000 like that. Okay, and let's say the minus that easy. Let's copy the same function. Let's say decrement quantity and just make it as a minus. That's all. Okay, and let's call it. Where is that? Here. On click is equal to decrement quantity. That's all. So now check. So plus symbol is incrementing, minus symbol is decrementing. But one problem is 2, 1, 0. You never have a quantity 0, right? Minimum 1 will be there, but don't go with minus values also. It's going minus value. So you have to stop it. So where you write the code is simple. Here while decrementing, if you say minus 1, keep on reducing, right? It stop at 1. So I write like this condition. You know ternary operator, right? So if it is uh, minus 1 is greater than 0, then state dot product dot quantity minus 1, otherwise just 1. If it is more than 0, then reduce it, otherwise just keep the 1 as it is. Simple condition. Okay, so what happened now? Incrementing is working, decrementing is working, it stops at 1. I'm trying to click, but it's not reducing less than 1. Okay, perfect. So now you have a realistic example called product item. Okay, and only one, you can do something more next level of this example, because here we have only one product. Generally what happens in the cart item, you have a collection of products. So let's see the next example, something next level of this, multiple items and how to increment a particular item, and also calculate the total amount for all this. Okay, let's see that in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we have seen a product item, and now it's time to take a next level of this example, that is shopping cart, which contains same setup, but only thing is multiple items will be there. Okay, so what my plan is, I go to app, I'll comment this guy, it is empty. Now I'll create a fresh component, a new JavaScript, let's say something called shopping cart dot jsx. Okay, you need to have a snippet. You can copy the existing snippet. You change the name to shopping cart, replace all. Done. And the next step, you have to connect it to app shopping cart. Now you get the shopping cart. I need to have a design first. Design same as product item. So can I have a copy of this division? I'll paste here. So let's only thing is shopping cart. Okay, and below that one table. So can I have uh, complete division, and I'll paste it below. But only thing, you don't need to have this table row. Comment it. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So design is ready, and let's have a data. Previously, what happened? You have a one product. Now you have multiple products. So how you initialize them? Let an array is equal to use state hook in this multiple products. So first let's take a state and set state. Okay, here I'll say products with an array. In that first product, what was the first product? I'll take this guy, object copy. Oh, so I have a first product. So like that, I need to have a multiple products. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 products. So this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. 5 products. Okay, you can change the name MI watch, Samsung watch, some 1200. This is Apple watch, some 1800. This is Oppo watch, some 1300. And this is how many? LG watch, some 1900. And this is why only na 1 2 3 4 5 6 are there. Okay, okay, fine, fine. Okay, and what about the images? You have to change, right? So for example, I back here, I just bring it, copy image address. I have here something bigger images also sometimes. Oh, huge image address. This is little small, and this one. Okay, so now I have all this products data. I don't want to write always products state dot products. I can destructure it. Let something is equal to state. What I am destructuring is my products. Okay. Now these products I want to display here. How you display? You don't need to write always product of 0 dot serial number, product of 0 dot name, like that. We have a looping. You can use the looping concept. What is looping is, by using a map function you can loop it, okay, instead of writing everywhere. How you loop the things is, products is an array, right? How to loop is, I'll tell you. You write an expression here, in that products dot map. Okay, so this will take one function inside. It will give you each product. Okay, so that product you can display however you want. So it will return an expression, in that you will write your source code. This is my table row is my source code. I'll copy, or else I'll cut it. The table row I'll paste here. Okay, and I don't have functions like this. Okay, very simple. You just take a expression, because I'm going to write a JavaScript code, so it must be an expression. Products dot map. So map is a regular JavaScript arrays function. So it will loop through all the array, and it will give you a particular item of the array, that is product. You can give any name, and that will return the JSX. So loop through the array and display however you want. So what happens now? See, all the numbers, all the products, and all the items exactly has been displayed. And remember, we only return one table row, but still all these items has come. Okay, that's how map function you write for looping. Okay, and then um, okay, and one important thing you have to understand is you will get some error in console. Each child in the list should have a unique key property. What is this is whenever you write a looping concept, every first element should have some unique key to identify the a unique item in the list. So it means you just have to give a key property as unique. What is unique? Serial number is unique. You must provide a key property. Always remember whenever you write a looping concept, you must provide a key property that should have some unique number, which helps React.js to identify the unique rows in the table. Okay, unique element in the array. So now this time you don't have a, I guess, refresh. Yeah, no error. And these warnings you can ignore. Okay, fine. Now I have a setup ready. Now click on a plus symbol to increment only this particular quantity. How you do? See, previously we have hardly one item, so you increment only that item. Now here what? You increment the particular item. How you get particular item? You must pass the ID. Depend on ID, I'll increment. Correct? You have an array of content. Particular item you want to update. Based on ID, you filter and update. So click on plus symbol. Um, Here on click is equal to first I create a function and then I'll call. Okay. Yeah, let's create a function for let increment quantity is equal to a function. So this function must take the product ID because without product ID you can't find out the particular item to update. Okay. So here I have to filter all this to pick up the particular one. So what you do, you say let items is equal to how to loop it state or just say directly products because I have destructured them, right? Products dot filter where you get the each product. Then I have to instead of filter you can use a map function, I guess. Yeah, you can use a map function. So it will return. Yeah, you may write a check condition if product dot serial number is equal to my product ID. So I'm just looping through all the products where when I receive a product with matching serial number, then I return that particular product where incremented the quantity. So product dot uh, quantity plus 1. So I'm just checking in the entire array which is the product matching with my product ID. If it is matching, then I returns a new quantity of the product, same product only, which is matching one, and its quantity is updated. If not, then return the product object as it is. Okay, fine. You get all the items which is having incremented one. Now this items I want to update to my this products array. So how you do? Now I say set state in this you have a function, right? Like this you have access to state. So products will be an array. What is that array is dot 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 my items. Simple. Instead of writing this entire source code here, I have made it like this. These all items incremented one I capture and add it here. This is for filtering it. This is for setting the state. Okay, let me write like this. Filter the data for updating quantity, and this is for update the state with new data. Okay, I guess you know this one, a simple array operation. Yeah, I have a function ready and let's call it. How you call a function with parameter, So here on click, you have a function like this, increment quantity where product dot serial number. That's all. Okay, function with parameter. So now check particular first one incrementing. See, only first one is incrementing. Next, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, right? Like that. And what about decrement? Decrement, same story. You have to copy this and paste it. Let's say decrement. Only thing is you say -1, but one problem is less than 0. So product dot quantity -1, otherwise 1. Same condition which we given last time for product item. And same items you update here. Okay, and I have to call. Where to call here? On click a function called where decrement quantity of product dot serial number. That's it. Now check, refresh. So plus is working, minus is working for the particular one. Okay, but one last thing is what about total? Total of all these guys. You can loop through the array and you can display a total. First of all, what I do is uh, in this, I write another row. Let's say table data. Let's say grand total, and this to be somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh, let's say call span of 5. Okay, text at the end. Okay, and or else you do one thing. Instead of doing this entire story, you may take td with some call span of 4, and this is actually not required. Yeah, now happy. And this side you want data. So I need another td for data, some blah blah blah, some number. Okay, so how I calculate this? You may create a function for calculation. I guess it will be let's grand total is equal to a function. Yeah, what it does is it will loop through the items and add up. So let total is equal to 0. So I write for let product of products from the destructuring. So total plus is equal to product dot price into product dot quantity. Okay, and finally return the total. That's all. And you have to call this grand total wherever you want it. So let's call expression grand total function you call. So now check, you get. So it should increment. So incrementing the particular, this item is incrementing, and this is here also, here also, here also, and here also, and decrementing also working. Should not go less than 1. Okay, that's fine. So now you have made this, and lastly, if you want to have this looks like a real currency, you may write like this. For example, price, right? Dot two fixed of 2. So two fixed fraction of digits like that. And here also you can make fraction of digits dot do fixed of 2 fraction digits, and this guy also You can say dot to fixed of two fraction digits, so it looks like a real money. Okay, that's fine. If you want to have a rupee symbol, you can make it. For example, here ampersand, which one? Ampersand hash. I think 8377 semicolon. Yes, rupee symbol. So same thing you make it for all. Okay, looks good. So this will become your shopping cart application. So simple, we have started with event handling and we came up to the shopping cart example. So let's meet in the next video and we'll see the uh, form handling, like how forms can be handled with a state like two-way data binding and all. We'll see. Let's meet in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last video we have understand about events handling, and in this video we are going to understand about form handling. So how will you handle the forms in using React.js? Okay. So I have taken a backup of existing event handling, and it's completely new now. And I have opened this on here, and this is no more events handling. Let's change this as a forms handling. Okay, fine. So let's see how two-way you can bind it. Okay. So first of all, I'll just start with a very basic example. Thing is, let me open a paint. In this, I have a normal text box, and what my plan is, whatever I am typing inside a text box, it should display exactly below the text box. So this is actually an example of two-way data binding. Okay, so how this can be possible? Let's see. Uh, the very first thing why I'm saying is two-way is you need to bind data from template to component as well as component to template, both the ways. So what is this template to component to template? So anything you want to bind from template to component. Template is essence your HTML source code. Component is essence your JavaScript state. Okay, so template to component. I want to transfer some data from HTML, the UI design, to the component is nothing but events. Sorry, events handling. Okay, and component to template, that is data binding using this expression. Event handling is just normal function call. Okay, let's see how to make this. First of all, I'll make a design of this one. So before that, I'll create one components folder. In this, I create one JavaScript, that is just say something called username, just username dot jsx. I need a snippet, so I go to nodes functional component. I'll copy the snippet and paste it. Change this to username, and let's connect to app. Okay, let's see. Yep. So let's make a design of card and then we'll talk about it. I'll say, do we have a card design earlier? Yes, I have a card design. I copy. I'll replace here. So card header with BG primary and text white. Let's say username. See how username, and inside of it I want to take a form. So now let's take a form with input type is equal to a text box with a class form control. Okay, that's fine, as an empty text box. And below that, I want to display some h3, some text like this. Okay, so design is ready. My plan is whatever I'm typing in the text box, I want to display as it is over here. If I remove it, it should remove from the content as well. So how you do that? The very first thing is you create a variable in your state, okay, and then you bind it here and here. Later on, when you do some changes, you update the state. Very simple. Thing is, you create a variable first. So let something is equal to use state. In that, I'll take username with an empty text. For example, John. Okay, so here what I do, state and set state. So you have state and set state. You have a data, username is John. And this John I want to display in the value field as well as this area. So what you do for your input, you will write value is equal to state dot username. Okay, what happened? Inside of text box value is John. And what about this guy? Here also I'll say state dot username. You get a John. So both the places John. Okay. Now this data is actually coming from where? It's not a hardcore data, it's data coming from a state. Okay. And now when I'm trying to change it, you can't able to change it directly because this data actually coming from state and you can't modify the state just like that. You must have to call a set state function to modify that. If you can modify, it affects here as well as here. So how you modify this is you have to make an event. We have done reverse. It means in component I have a state data that I bind to HTML. That is one way. Okay, component to HTML binding is one way. Next to two way. The other way is opposite. When I do some changes on HTML, then update the state. Changes on HTML in the sense events. So let's make a change event and then get the value and update. So what I do is on change is equal to update input, one function. Okay, I'll copy that. I'll say let's update input is equal to a function. Okay, so this will receive an event. Okay, so whenever simple JavaScript story, whenever you call a function on certain event, so that function will optionally receives a parameter, the event itself, that is the event. So using this event itself, you can get the value of the text box you enter. It is event.target.value. Event.target is essence the targeted element, and value is the value which you type inside of the text box. And that I want to update to my state. So how you update to state? Set state in this one function. It receives the existing state. Okay. So username, sorry, username data will be events dot target dot value. That's it. Okay, so event is a sense on change event. Event dot target means the target element on change event is occurred. Value, it means the input elements value which you have typed, and that automatically updating my username state, and that's been already been binded in the location of here. So now see the magic. When I is working. Okay, when I start typing. Okay, so this is how two-way data binding in React.js works. Okay, hope you that's clear. Simple. You have to create a state and bind as a value property as well as wherever you want to display. If required, you can use it. Otherwise, not required. And also, when you do some change event, you must have to call a function. There you have to update using event.target.value. Okay, so that's all about two-way binding, and let's see in the next video with another example. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we are going to understand a login form. So last example, we have seen only just one username field, and now let's take a login form which contains the username and password, and how can you submit the form data and how it looks like. Let's see. Let me comment this. I'll create another component that is new JavaScript, just say login form dot JSX. Yeah, here just take a snippet, replace with login form, replace all, and let's connect to here login form. Okay, you get login form, and let's have a design of it, and then we'll see the actual usage. Let's have a copy of it. Card. Okay, so card header I say BG warning and text, not text, just like that. I'll say p.h for login here. Yeah, login here, and below that I'll take let's say BG success and text white. Okay, and let's say BG light. Yeah, let's design the form and then we'll talk about a binding form. Margin bottom 3 1 input with type text with a class form control, and you can also write some placeholder that is user name. Okay, and then let's take another one. This is password, and placeholder also password, and this is a submit button. This class is a button, and which contains a value as login. Okay, nice. So you have a login form which contains username, password, and login. So let's see how can you have a data binding and how you submit the form data in React. So first of all, you have two fields. It means in the state you have to take two fields. Okay, so how I do is like this. So let something is equal to use state hook. In this, you may take just username with empty or else password with empty, like this you take. But I can say this both are belongs to one user credentials, right? User login, right? So user credentials. So I want to take it into a separate object like user, which contains username and password. So however you want, you can take. Let's take a state and set state, state and set state. Okay, fine. Username, password is taken. Now what do you do? Uh, First, you have to understand is it really binding or not. Before I start with binding, I want to visualize my state. Tell me how you visualize an object on the screen using the pre-tag. So just for time being, what I do is I write a pre-tag expression json.stringify of state. See the state data I can visualize because I want to confirm is it really updating my username and password or not. Okay, that's the reason why I written this. Okay, now when I'm typing in username, I want to update username. So how you do this is first of all you write value state dot user dot username. If you don't want to write state dot user dot username, you can destructure also. Let something is equal to state. I want to get something is that user, so that I can just say user dot username because of destructuring. and then watch on change. On change is equal to change username. A function is change username function. Copy. So here let's change username is equal to a function. In this you get the event obviously. So set state where you receive the existing state. Okay. So here I'll say user an object dot state dot user keep hold of existing state data where username will be what? Event dot target dot value. Got it? Okay, same this we have seen last time also, how to update the state. So user object as it is, but there are two properties, but I want to update only one property, so I have to keep hold of all the properties using the spread operator, and only username I'm updating because set state it will completely replace your state. Okay, so now check when I'm typing in username. Yes, it is updating. What about password? You can create another function, change password. So I'll update only password. That's it, right? And I have to call it. How you call? Let's say here value user dot password and on changes change password. Okay, change password that updates the password data. So two functions are there to update your state data. Now let's check. See, username is updating, password also updating. And don't feel like, sir, you have displayed password. Yes, I wantedly display just to confirm that is it really updating my state data or not. A confirmation, right? Yeah, once you confirm data binding is happening, then you can avoid this. It means you can comment that. Okay, so now you see username password is there. Now I want to submit the form data. Okay, so as of now we don't have a server connection. So what we do is once you click on login, I'll submit the form data and I'll see that in the console log. Okay, later on once we connect to server, then we can send that data to the server also. So as of now on a console log, when I click on login button, so when you submit the form data, so that is form on submit event. Let's say submit login. Login is my function. Copy that. So let's submit login is equal to a function. Okay, here also you receive the event. So yeah, here remember always React.js comes under single page application. It means even though you submit the form data, you never see a page refresh. Okay, to avoid the page refresh, you need to write while submitting the form data event dot prevent default. It stops the page refresh while submitting the form data. Okay, and I want to see the form data which is filled in. Where is the form data? This itself is form data. So I write a console log now. Console.log of user because I have already destructure somewhere here. So I say user, or you can say state.user if you don't return this. Okay, fine. And now let's check. I type my name and some dummy password. I click on login. So let's inspect console. See the object which contains login, username and password. Got it? Okay. So this is all about how to log in the form. Okay. Now I can say one more thing. See, in this you have hardly two fields, right? Username and password. But two fields you have written two separate functions for updating the state. Actually, you can optimize that. without using two functions. Just one function can handle both the things. Even you have 10-15 form fields also, with one function you can manage. Let's see how that can be done in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So let's optimize the existing login form with only one function. Okay, see here, just to update username, we have this function. To update password, we have this function. If you closely observe, what is the difference? Function name is different, but functionality, everything same, right? Only one thing is here it is updating the username data, here updating password data. Okay, so if you can change this, if you can able to change it as a dynamic data where username and password, then you can manage it one function. So you can actually change it by specifying the name field for each input. Okay, for example, I say here extra along with value, I say name is equal to exactly username as per my state declaration, username. Okay, and here also name property which contains password, exactly same as this one, username, because username and password, these two only I want to update, right? So I specified name username and here name password. If you specify the name like this, if you specially specify the name like this, username and password, you can access this username dynamically. How you know? Instead of hard coding username, you can write like a bracket notation. So even dot target dot username, not username, just say name. If I say event.target.name, first of all, tell me event.target.value means the value field of text box. Same like that. If I say event.target.name, the name field of text box, what is that? Username. Okay. And same thing you can also replace in the place of password. So password field, if you do some changes, name is password, value is the text you enter. Here also it's dynamically substitute. So now you see this one and this one is exactly same. Any change? No change. So now I refresh. I'll check. I just enable my form data for checking. Yeah. So username updating, password also updating. So that it is working. Now what my plan? Both are having a same logic. Then why you have a two separate names? Just say change input. I'll take, and I don't have this. There's only one function. Only one function change input. Okay, and what I do is here also change input, here also change input, just because of a name property is different. Okay, both are having a same function is calling. Okay, dynamically it updates the key name. It can be username or it can be password. It can be a number of fields, but you can manage it one function. Okay, so we have only one function for updation of state. Now I go and refresh. Now check, it's still working. Got it? And then when I'm trying to submit a form data, I'll stop this. Yeah, I'll say my name and some dummy password and login. I'll go and check. So username and password has come. Okay, so this way you can optimize actually a two-way data binding when you're submitting a form data. Thank you so much, and let's meet in the next video with another example. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we have optimized about a login form data. So now let's take something next level of that. Let's take a registration form which contains more fields like username, password, the text area, select box, check box, and all the things. Okay, so I will create another component, something called register form. I made a mistake. I changed this as JSX. Okay, so let's have a snippet. I'll replace register form. Now I will comment this registration form. So now check you have registration form, and let's contains a form data. So I will first write a card design. Okay, yeah, I have a simple card, and let's say BG warning and text black only. So I say p.h4 register here, and here I will write like this: one form, margin bottom 3, one input, type text with the class form control, and let's have a placeholder, just say username. Okay, so I have a username field. Like that we have multiple fields: username, email, email, and password. And you can also take some select box. Let's take a select box with a class called form control, and we have multiple options like um, this is select designation. Let's say for example software engineer. Here it is, software engineer, and we have a senior software engineer, and let's say team lead or tech lead, and project manager, and director. Okay, so you have a select box, and also let's take one text area for about yourself, for example. um, some rows, some 4 rows, form control, placeholder, just biography, and I need to have one checkbox. Checkbox class name actually form check input, and actually no placeholder. You have something called accept terms, and lastly you have a submit button. With the value register. Okay, fine, see, you got a nice registration form. Okay, so fine, so let's have let's have a data binding and submit the form data. So how these many fields you have to create a state. So let's do that quickly. I'll go to here. So let something is equal to use state. In that, let's say user fields. First of all, I say state and set state user. What do you do? Username, empty string, email, empty string, password, empty string, and designation, and biography, and terms and conditions false. Okay, fine. And I have to showcase my data on the screen to check it is really binding or not. So I'll write a pre-tag expression JSON dot stringify of what? State dot user. Yes, so I can verify. You can also destructure. Let something is equal to state, and what is that something is my user. Okay, so let's talk about input field. So let me write a name here, same like last example. I'll write username and the value. It is user dot username, and on changer, let's say update input is a function. Let's update. How we update? Let something is equal to a function. It will receive an event. So set state with a function. In this, you receive existing state. So you have a user object. Same structure you have to follow. User object. So here dot state dot user existing fields, and here I'm updating only event dot target dot name. Data is event dot target dot value. Okay, value. Let's check. I think it's done. So let's check. Username is able to update. Email not done. Let's make it same thing for all. I'll just copy these three for email. Let's give a name exactly. Email. This is email and same function. And this is password. Value also password. And here name is designation. Same name as per your state declaration and designation. And lastly, for a text area, let's say biography. This also biography. Okay, fine. Let's check. I'll tell you checkbox bit later. Now check. Name is working. Email is working. Password is working. Designation software engineer. Tech lead working. Biography working. What about terms and condition true false? If I write like this, this is terms value term. Generally for checkbox there is no value field only. Okay, there is no value field. We have only checked as it. Okay, so what we can do, and you can't call this function because this is value, but we want checked. So you may write another function just for checked. Update check. Just say checked, because all value this is just checked. Okay, so that's the reason why I just taken a separate function, because you can manage over with the same logic. So only thing I do is update. It's not there. Update checked. There is no value field. This name. So now you check true false. See this one. True false. Working. So all the things are working. And lastly, register your form data. How? Let's go here on submit. Submit register. Copy. So you can create a function. So here you get the event, and make sure you write what? Event.prevent default, and then you just write a simply console.log of user. That's all. Okay, fine. And I don't want to display this anymore because I confirm data has been bind properly, you can comment it. This is just for our understanding purpose. Okay, never display on the UI when final development happens. Okay, yeah. So now username, so Naveen at gmail.com and some blah 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 password. Tech lead. I am a tech lead something accept terms register. See, you have a data, and here we have you expand terms true. Okay, it came in alphabetical order. Okay, that's fine. So this particular data is trying to submit to server. Once we have a server connection, I'll tell you how to submit this data to server. Okay, so now you have understand the form handling of React.js. Okay, so next example, the next video, let's see another concept of React.js. Thank you so much and please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we have discussed about a form handling in React.js. So in this video we are going to understand about a new concept of React.js. It's like conditional and looping. So how conditionally render your content on the screen, and also how can you loop a certain array of data on a screen. So we'll talk about that now. First of all, I will take a backup of this existing content. So I will go to our workspace. I'll uh, I'll go to first tab. I'll copy everything except node modules and idea. And in YouTube, I create a new folder for 07 hyphen React.js forms. Come on, forms handling. This is finished, so I'll take a backup. Okay, fine. So now I can go ahead and delete the existing components, and I go to app.js. I clear this existing components, and it's fine. So now the example goes to be React with conditional, conditional and list rendering. So conditional and list rendering. So now let me start the application. Yeah, it is starting. Come on. Yeah, now the plan goes to be, yeah, now the plan goes to be, I have an example of authentication user. Okay, so what is authentication user is generally if you take any application where login system will be there, right? So for example, if you have not logged into the system, you can see some amount of data on a screen. And if you have not if you have login, then you can see some other amount of data, so different amount of data you're gonna see on a screen, right? So how conditionally you will render a different kind of data depend on a condition, because this is very regular scenario where you have to check a various conditions, and depend on a condition you display the content. So let's take that example now. Okay, so I'll just go here. First of all, I create in SRC, I create one directory called components. In this I create one JavaScript, that is authentication user. Okay, so let's copy the functional component and paste here. I'll replace this guy with authentication user. Okay, fine. Actually, you must not give a hyphen over there. I made a mistake. One minute. Never give a hyphen. So you can write a camel case. Start with uppercase, but function in the file name also I change it. Okay, done. So let's go to app. I will connect the authentication user. Okay, now you check authentication user has come. Okay, and so plan goes to be If you have login, display some data. If you are not login, different display other data. So I'll just take a variable in a state. How you declare a state? An array is equal to use state, right? So in this, I'll take is logged in will be false. Okay, I'm assuming this person has not logged in. Okay, so state and set state. Okay, is logged in. Okay, so my plan is let's take a card content. I guess I don't have now. Let's take a container with margin top 3. Let's make a design. Row call MD4 up. Yeah, let's say 4 one card body. Okay, okay, that's fine. Let's take 5. Okay, I got a card. Now let's add some shadow as well. Okay, so what my plan is, so I'll have h, so p dot h3 welcome user. Okay, and let's take another one, p dot h3 welcome Mr. Naveen. Let's say welcome guest. Okay, so we have two texts. One is welcome guest and one is welcome Mr. Naveen. Okay, so what my plan is, if I have not login, if I have not login, I should show the message welcome guest, and if I'm login, I should show the message call welcome Naveen. So how can you display according to this condition is generally you write a condition like this expression. So remember always this is all your HTML code, right? So in the HTML code, if you wanted to display some certain conditions, you have to write a brackets like this. This is a React expression. Inside you can write any kind of JavaScript statements. Okay, so here I can check the condition. Generally you will check the condition using the ternary operator. You check the condition here. So based on what condition is state dot is logged in. Okay, if the person has logged in question mark, and this is the true part and the false part. Okay, if login what to do, if not login what to do. If login, I'll display this guy. So I will cut this in the place of true. I'll make a p tag. Else I'll cut this p. I'll keep it here. I can keep it in the next line. Okay, this is how you will check the condition. So state dot is logged in. If login successful, this data will get display or render on the screen or DOM. If not login, then else part is this will be login. But I made a mistake. If login, it should be Mr. Naveen, and if not login, then guest. Correct? Okay. If login this one, not login this one. Oh, okay, nice. So now check. What is that value? Is logged in value false, right? So you are not login. If you have not login, you get just welcome guest. Okay, so welcome guest. If I make it to true by myself, just manually, if I make it to true, so you check welcome Mr. Naveen has come. Okay, so depend on if you make it false back, welcome guest. If it is true, then like this. So if you have login will be true, then automatically your name will come. This name and all will come from a backend server and database, but just mimic of login functionality. Okay, fine. And one more thing, I don't want to change this is logged in by myself manually. I'll just have two buttons. When I click on the button, then I have to change the value, right? We know how to change the state there, right? So let's take two buttons as well with the class. I'll just take btn minus success and btn minus sm. Let's say login button. Let's take another one as logout button. Okay, and let's take some different color of warning. So I have two buttons, success and warning. So you have two buttons, login and log out. So what my plan is, if I click on login, make it to true, and if I click on log out, make it to false. So let's have two functions. Let's login, login. Yeah, here I'll say set state where you have a function that updates to is logged in value to be true. Okay, it receives the state optionally. Yeah. I wanna have one more function that is log out. Okay, it's take value to false. Okay, so have is login is true and is login is false. So two things are there. Now let's call a function for that. So let's say on click will be is logged. No, it's login this function. And let's say on click of this log out function. Okay, so we have a login function, logout function that's change the value. Now check a refresh. See, the moment I click on login, see, welcome Mr. Naveen has come. When I click on logout, welcome guest has come. Got it? Okay. But one last thing is not only just content will display conditionally the text, okay, or else we can also apply the same thing for buttons. For example, when I log in, logout should be hidden. When I log out, login should be hidden. Okay, it's like either one should be display, right? If you log in, then why the login button then? Okay, so for that you can make conditions also here. So state dot is logged in. If login, what button to display? The logout button to be display, or else you can display the login button. You can take in next line for better understandability like this. So now check if login logout button, if not login, then login button will display. So now check, I refresh, you have not logged in, that's why welcome guest. So as soon as I have login, I can see welcome Mr. Naveen, right? And then if I'm trying to log out, then become a guest. Okay, so it is not actual login functionality, but it's just a mimic of implementing a login functionality. So I guess you have understand how conditionally you render depend on a condition, like how conditionally you display the data on a screen depend on conditions in React.js. That's it, and let's take another example in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we have understand about conditional rendering. So now let's see in this example list rendering. So how can you loop through an array of content and display the required format? It can be a table format, it can be a cards format, it can be order list or an order list. It can be any kind of a looping structure. Let's see. For example, to make this, I will create a new JavaScript. Let's say product cart. Okay, and I need to have a snippet copy. I'll paste it. So let's say here product cart. Okay, replace all done. And let's go to app. I will comment the authentication user. I'll add product cart. Now I got product cart. That's fine. Now first of all, in product cart, I'll just take a few array of content. Okay, so we had already discussed about a shopping cart where event handling. So let me take the same example of data. Okay, don't waste your time on making data by yourself. So I guess it is in events handling, SRC, components, and shopping cart. Yes. If you go inside a shopping cart, we had a huge data of it. Okay, let's take the same state. So I'll keep the state data here. Okay, fine. And it was not imported. Yes, it's fine. Now I have a state, use state, which have a collection of products. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products we have. Let me destructure them. So let something is equal to state, and this will be the products. Okay, so let's have some design. One container, one row, single column. Let's say p.h3 is a product cart. For example, text success, and some paragraph of lorem 30 tab just for having some heading. And then okay, so below that I want to display all the list of products actually in a card format. Last time we displayed in a table format. I want to loop through. I think this has been discussed already, because list how to loop using a map function, right? Same thing, but in a card format. Okay, so I'll do like this: one container, margin top 3, and one row, single column, and that one card body. So have a huge card body, or else let's say call md8 column. Okay, and let's take some shadow lg. Fine. I have to loop through this card depend on the number of items in the products. So how you do is you can write uh, multiple cards with some margin top. Okay, so what I do is I will cut this. I'll cut the card. I'll just write a looping. Okay, how you loop? Products dot map function. So this map function returns a function which is having a function which will take the each product or each item, and that will return something. That something is my card. Okay, and this card should have a unique key, that is product dot the serial number is unique, because you must write a key to uniquely identify the each row in React.js. So back here, see you have 5 cards, empty cards has come, and you wish you can take some more height, I mean margin top for a card. Okay, let's say margin top 3, little more gap. Okay, fine. What else you do? Display the content. So in the card body, I'll just take another row, call md 4, and call md6. Okay, in a call md4, I'll display the image of it, img tag src product dot image. You get a very bigger image. You'll give the class called uh, image fluid. It fits in the column. Okay, so you have it. And then for column d6, I'll say some h5 with a class called display 4. Let's say the product name. Let's say product dot name. Okay, a big names. That's fine. And then I'll say h6 with a class called display 6, uh, product dot uh, quantity, or just say price. You want to display rupee symbol ampersand hash 8377 semicolon, like that, and just say dot to fixed of two fraction of digits. Okay, looks good. Fine. And below that I want to display another content. For example, only quantity is there, na? Yeah, quantity I'll take available quantity 25 items. So here some 15 items, and here just 2 or 3 items, here 0 item, and here 12 items. Okay, so you wish you can display the quantity. For example, paragraph tag expression, just say as of now this product dot quantity, you get the quantity, right? Very small amount, that's fine. Quantity has come. I don't want to display the available quantity. I want to display certain text depend on a quantity. For example, my condition goes to be if the quantity is greater than or equal to 10, I say it is available. Okay, if it is less than or equal to 10 and up to 1, greater than or equal to 1, they say almost almost out of stock. Okay, and if it is equal to 0, then I just say out of stock. Okay, depend on a quantity, I should display conditionally this type of content. You know how to render the content, right? Conditionally. So I want to display this guy like that. So back here in the place of it, I write same class name. In this, I'll check the condition. Condition goes to be if product dot quantity is greater than or is equal to 10, then and symbol you write. Okay, so what I do is I'll write a span tag with the class something called text success. Let's say uh, available. So the item is available. So this is available, this available, and last one is available. Okay, fine. And what else? I'll take one more like this condition. If it is less than or equal to 10 and dot quantity is greater than or equal to 1, then I will display text warning. I'll say almost out of stock. Okay, so almost out of stock. See, one item is almost out of stock. Okay, so one last thing, if the item is equal to 0, and thus I'll say text danger, I'll say out of stock. See, this is the way. So you know how to display the content. Once again, you want to write some align items center. Okay, looks good. See, story is how to loop your data, right? Using a map function. You have written a map function. You have written a map function for looping. After that, you want to display anything conditionally. You will write a conditional statements and you can start render whatever the content you wanted to. So here both we have discussed how to loop the content and also how conditionally you render. So now what happens, it is available, you can book it, and it is available, it is almost out of stock, you can book for few items, and this is out of stock, you can't book it. Okay, so that way we can try it off. Okay, so this is an example of how can you loop and conditionally display the content, right? Thank you so much, and please subscribe to my channel and show your support, and let's meet in the next video. Thank you. So last example we have understand about the list rendering and conditional rendering. Now we'll talk about another new concept, that is the React service. So what is the service is like a service provider. So it's a special class and that will return you a list of services. Okay, a set of services is nothing but which is responsible to hold your components data, and if any business logic can hold with the service, and if it is required to connect to server, so the service is required. Okay, so let's take how to create a service. For this, I'll take a same example of this products cart, but only thing is here products we have hard code the data. Okay, so if you just write this much of data here, unnecessarily your component number of lines got increased. So component is should represent only the user interface. It does not hold any data by themselves. It does not hold uh, any processing logic, or it does not need to have connection with server. So some in between your component and the server, one service file is required. Okay. So what my plan here is, as of now, we are not discuss about server concepts. So one thing what I do is the data provider. Okay. So this entire data I'll take into, sorry, this entire data I'll take into a separate file, and that file function I'll call for fetching data just to reduce the number of lines in my component file. Okay, so what I do is I create a service. I will go to another folder, let's say services. In this I create one JavaScript, just say product service, normal JavaScript file, no JSX. It's a regular JavaScript file. So here I write a class product service. Okay, so in this I will create a variable. uh, I think public and all you can't use because JavaScript. In TypeScript you can use public and all. So let's say static. Static. Static can use products data, or just say products list is equal to an empty array, and then static get all products. Okay, is the method. So that will return the uh, this dot products list. So I have taken a variable and I have taken a function or a method for fetching a data. So now what I do is I have an array and I have a method to return the array. So what is this array should does is I'll just take this entire array which we have written. I'll copy that. I'll go to service. I replace this array. Now if you see in my service, I have a static one variable which contains an array of content. Now I have a method for fetching it. Okay. So what is my plan here is I don't have anything like this. Let's say directly the product service dot get all products. Okay. So I will have to, I think, export it. I'll just write like this, export default product service. Okay, if you export it, you can use it outside. So that's one second. Product service dot get all products. Now happy. Okay, you import the product service from the service file and get all products. So this is so simple for look and feel, and it's very elegant for writing your source code. Okay, so of course, as of now, it is hard code data getting from service, but later on, I use this service for fetching data from server. Okay, for going forward with another next examples. Okay, so now it's clear you have a service provider which is providing you the data, and I have a component and it's purely representing the UI, which holds the data from server and I mean the service, and it renders however as per our condition. So now check, you get a same UI and there is no change in the UI. Okay, so that's fine. So this is how you can write your conditions of service function. But as of now, service function is having only local data, and later on we'll see how service when able to fetch data from server as well. Okay, so that's it enough for this video, and let's meet in the next video. Thank you.
So last video of React.js video series is so we have understand about conditional and looping. So how conditionally you will render the data, and also how to loop an array of content, right? So if you observe this all these examples together, so hardly we have taken one component, right? So that component only we have understand state, props, and form handling, and also conditional and looping. So it's just just about one component, correct? So now if you take a React.js application, so React.js application is a collection of components, right? So if you want to design any complex UI, so it must be uh, a collection of components together working, right? So it's like a footer, header, navbar, whatever. The piece of UI is one component, right? So all together components will be one application, right? So in developing of any application, generally the case is it must be the data interaction between the components, right? So how uh, two components can be interacted, because to project such complex data, so it's not like the data coming from that particular component only displaying. What I mean to say is um, you will get data in one component and you will project data in another component. It happens, and data sharing also will happen. Okay, so now in this video we're gonna understand how can we exchange data between the components. And before you understand this concept, the interaction between the components, you need to know the architecture of every component. So how generally the components can be connected together. If you remember any HTML DOM structure, how HTML DOM structure is made, like you have a top level HTML tag and two siblings, body tag and head tag, and below that you have a few other tags as per your HTML code, right? So that is like a tree like structure, and same like that in React.js also, all components can be connected in a tree like structure. For example, see, in React.js we have a top level component, correct? Can you say what is that? That is a app component, correct? So top level one is app component. So for this app component only, anything will configure. For example, we configure a wish message, we configure something else, and in that you write one more, and that you write one more, in that you write one more, like that, and here, and here, or here, like that. So you will connect the React.js components to one or other component, and that is indirectly connected to app, because app is the topmost component. Okay, because they're all tags only, na. Okay, so this is actually a React's virtual DOM which contains all the our user defined components tags. Okay, so if it is connected like this, so our concept is how can we transfer data between them. So transfer is a sense I have data somewhere in the parent and I want to transfer to its child. Uh, a part of this concept we already discussed when we start with the props concept, right? If you remember, um, I told you like from parent, how can you transfer data to the child, right? Using props. So parent to child, we know it's a direct transformation, and we'll see the reverse also from child how to transfer data to the parent. It's like reverse process, and also how to transfer data between two siblings. Okay, so see all are just parent and child, and also we have a siblings to transfer a data. So let's see how that can be happen. This very crucial concept of React.js. So we will understand now. Okay, and it's very regular scenario we have to use in React.js application. So let's start now. So first of all, so I have taken a backup. I'll show you. Yeah. So I have taken a backup of conditional and looping. You want, you can take your source code as well, and then I'll delete the existing components and services. app.js. I will delete the configuration. Fine. And now I'll start the application. Okay. And I'll say this react with component interaction. Okay. Yeah. Component with interaction. Now what I do is I will create a new directory, let's say components. Okay, so in this I'll take another directory called basic. Okay, the basic example will start with, oh, it's been started, no, still start. Okay, fine, it started. Yeah, here we are. Okay, basics. In this I take two components, one is parent and one is child. Okay, so I create new JavaScript, let's say parent component. Okay, let's have a snippet as well. Parent component. Okay, and next I'll take another one. Why can't I copy this? Child component. Okay, so I'll replace that with child. Okay, and Control R for replace. Okay, so parent component and child component, it's ready. Now what I do is I will configure like this. I will was app. In that this is parent, and here I'll take a child. Okay, so as of now we will only concentrate on this part, how to transfer between two. It affects for everyone. Okay, so parent to child and child to parent, two-way. So I go to app. I'll configure now app. Not app. It's parent component. Parent component configured. Now when you see the UI, parent component has come. Okay, so let me design the parent. In that I'll configure a child. So let me take one container and what else? One row. Let's take some margin top 3. One single call MDH. One card, just one card setup. Card body. In that p.h4 parent component. Okay, so you have a parent component ready now. Okay, can we give some color as well? BG success and the text white. Yeah, that's a parent component. Inside I want to configure a child. So I'll take a same card setup. In the child I'll write down let's say BG warning, and by default it's just dark. This is a child component. Okay, so child component one card, parent component one card. But when you see the UI, only parent is there, no child is there, because in the parent, see, observe very closely. This is app root level, right? So in the app, parent has configured as per the diagram. App parent configured under the app. So if you go inside the parent, there is no information about the child. That's why nothing has been displayed. So what I do is in the card body within, I'll configure child component inside. Okay, parent inside one child as well. Now check, see parent and the child. Uh, okay, that's fine. I'll just say text dark. Okay, so parent, in that we have a child. Okay, nice. Now my plan is I want to transfer data from parent to child, and then we'll see how to transfer data from child to parent. Okay, so if you want to transfer data from parent to child, so parent should have a data first, right? Then you can transfer to child. So I'll take a data, and how you take a data using a state, right? Or you can get it from the app using props. I'll take myself state. So using a use state hook. So let some array is equal to use state. Uh, in this, I have a state and a set state. In this, I'll take some what you say message, or just say channel. Okay, channel UI brains technologies. Okay, so I have taken a state with a name called channel UiBrains technology. So tell me which state it belongs to. Parent state. So parent state data you can display in the parent as it is, correct? When I write expression, I say uh, it's a functional, right? Yeah. So state dot channel. So what happened? You got UI brains technologies in the green one. So you observe green one is parent and this is child. Okay. So I have taken a state of parent and I configured to parent. That is very natural. Like you have a component have its own state and you can display it inside the same component. It's a simple one, right? But the thing is, I don't wanna display this guy in here. I want to display inside of this child. So you have to transfer it. Okay, of course you have data in the parent, but I want to showcase on a child card. So how you transfer? Tell me using props, right? Parent to child, anything you want to transfer, it's a simple props, direct transfer. So what I do is I have to give a prop. It's like an attribute. What name you give? It is name channel. You can give anything. You can give ABCD also. You give ABC is equal to something. But to understand this, I'll say channel is equal to this channel. This data I'm sending, right? So state dot channel. So the parents channel message has been sending to the child component through the property called again channel. So this channel belongs to child's property. Okay, this belongs to parents state data. Okay, it can be state data, it can be a property which received from parents parent. Okay, so I just taken only one level state. So this channel is a child specific property. So how can we access this channel in the child property is using props, because the prop. So how you receive the channel prop is you receive the props in the what's called functions property, okay, argument, and through that you can access the channel. So props is an object, so I want to display that, so I just write a paragraph tag props, because the property which we have received dot channel, because we have configured channel over there, that is channel. So now check, see, UI brains from parent has been received in the child, correct? You see, parent is having UiBrains technologies and child doesn't have anything, but still it received through what? Props. And how was this props configured in the parent? Like this. And also it's not a there is no condition like you have to have a same name, right? If you give something called ABC, so ABC is a property of a child. So how you access ABC? You just change this to ABC. Still then also you get a same data. Okay, no error. So you can give anything here, but generally people give like this because it's too easy to understand for any other developer, because the coding which you have done is not only for you to understand, the other fellow developers also should understand your code, right, in company. So that's how it is. Yeah, so now we successfully understand how can we transfer data from parent to child. Okay, so enough for this video, and let's see in the next video how to make a reverse. Like if you have some child specific data, how I can send to the parent. We'll see in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So we understand from parent to child, and now let's start with child to parent. So you want to transfer data from child to parent, so child should have a data first, right? So can I go to child? So child should have a data, correct? So what I do, I'll take child specific state. I'll say let an array is equal to use state. In this, I'll take a message or just say author. So I have just taken my name. Okay, and let's take some name, state and set state. And also don't confuse, in parent also we have a state and set state, and here also we have the state variable can only access in the parent, this state variable only access in the child. You can't transfer anywhere. I mean through props and all you can transfer, but direct access will be no problem because it's a different scope. It's a different scope. Okay, it's a child scope, it's a parent scope. Okay, now author having some, state is having some data. Now it is child specific data. Child can easily display. How child can display? How child can display? Just say simply state dot author. Author. What happened? Author name has been displayed in the child, because child specific data obviously child can display. But the thing is, I want to transfer this to parent. How? Yep. Remember, you want to transfer data from parent to child is straightforward. Don't feel I'm repeating again and again, because I want to make you understand the concept. uh, Parent to child is straightforward. Okay, just give a prop and it will send it. But child to parent is different, completely different. Okay, child to parent is different. Then how to transfer from child to parent is, in the child some event should be occurred. On that event you can transfer data. Okay, I repeat, some event should be occurred in the child so that you can transfer data from child to parent. Okay, so what is that I'll do is, okay, I'll just take a simple button with the class name some btn minus dark, btn minus something called one send. Okay, one button. So for this what I do is I create a function. Let just say click button something. Okay, so what I do is on click is equal to click button function. Okay, so in this you want, you can just take an alert, just say hello. So you got a hello. Okay, so you just taken one button in the child, you click on the button, you get some alert. So button also working. Okay, now here in this you have to send data to parent. Okay, now how will you transfer? Observe very closely. In the parent, in the parent component, child component is configured, right? You can see the child component configured, right? So you can provide a property there, it will work. But if you go to child, Do you see any parent here? Do you see any parent configured? No. Then will you provide that property there? No. Then how can you access the parent specific story here? Yes, there is a way. How is, if you want to transfer data from child to parent, the first point is parent should have a function to receive a data. Parent should have a function to receive your data and make that function available to child so that you can call a function from here. I mean to say, in the parent, what my plan is, I'll take one, observe closely, I'll take author. What is that? Just empty as of now. And I'll take the author somewhere here. Let's like one paragraph. From child, I'll take like this state dot state dot author. So I have just taken an extra variable, extra property called author, and I have printed just for time being. Yeah, from child nothing received. Okay, just keep like that. So what I say, take a function that should receive a data. So let's uh, receive data is equal to one function. What it does is it will take some data. Okay, so I'm looking for something can be received from the child, so that can be received in this function as a data, and that data I assign to my author. How you assign? Set state. So, I mean you have to call a set state function in this. You receive existing state and just say channel, or you say dot 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 state as it is existing state, and then author will be the data. Okay, so I have a function which receives something. I'm expecting it to be received from the child. So that data I attach to author and has been bind also, because I have to see what it is exactly. Okay, fine. So now parent is having a function to receive a data, right? So if I call this function by providing some data, it will receive it. But thing is, how does this function can be called from child? See, this is the function to receive data, right? But how does this function available to child is a question. I'll give you a hint. Parent is having some state, right? State dot channel. So parent is having some channel information. Yeah, how does this channel information trans available in the child? The channel information from the parent, na? So how does this is available in the child? Through props you transfer, right? Same story. Not only just a property, not only just a state, you can also transfer a function itself. Okay, through props. Anything you can transfer through props. Okay. So story is, I want to make this. We made channel available to child, right? Through props. Same like that, to make this function available to child through props, so that child can call it. Yes, this happens. So how to make this available to child is, you make some property. What is the property? I'll say send data is my property. Value is receive data. Okay. See, something looks. See, receive data value. It's a function. Okay, of course, it's a function, but variable also. Yeah, that I'm providing to a child component with a property called send data. So send data is not just a variable. Yeah, of course, the variable's value will be assigning as a function. Okay, now the function is available to a variable called send data. And how does the send data can access in the child props? So I'll say just simply console dot log of props dot send data. Let's see what is that send data. Okay, so back to here. I refresh. Let's go with the console window. Close all. Yeah. So when I click on the button, so you see what? You got a whole function. So what I printed? Props dot send data. So send data have a function. So that has been received in the child using props. See, it is received. If it is received like a function, you can call it. Okay, so how you call? Thing is um, props dot send data where I'm gonna provide because send data is not send data. Send data is receive data. Receive data is function takes some data. So you have to pass on. What you have to send first? Author name I want to send. And how you access author? It's a state dot author. I'm sending to this function and that function will be received here and from there here is calling and receiving author and author name is filled and same author has been bind in the parent so that you can see the transfer. So refresh. As soon as I click on the button, the story happens is this guy. Okay, you have a data in a child first, but that was transferred to the parent. Simple. I repeat. Um, if you want to transfer from parent to child, is straightforward. Have a prop declare and receive it. But child to parent is first thing is parent should have a function to receive data. Okay, and make that function available to child also using prop. So it means data sending from parent to child or child to parent both are happen through props only. It can be a normal property, it can be a function because function is to receive data from the child. Okay, in same story in Angular we have 8 input, 8 output annotations are there, but in React we have this story. Okay, hope you understand this concept. Okay, fine, and let's see the next video, some complex example than this. Okay, so let's meet in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So last example we have understand about the parent and the child relationship. So how can we transfer data from a parent to child and child to parent? So in this video we are going to understand a different example which is called a contact app. So in this contact app, the best part is not only just transferring between a parent and child to parent, you can also exchange data between two siblings. Okay, so two siblings, for example, my plan is to make an application like this. So which is having a contact app and the contact list and contact card. So three separate components. And so in this, what happened? Contact list is a parent. Sorry, contact app is a parent, contact list and contact card both are the children of contact app component. So if this is the case, contact list and contact card doesn't have any connection. So previously you have configured child in the parent, right? Now such kind of configuration is not there. This is completely independent component. This is completely independent. But still, how can you transfer data from here to here? It's simple. If you don't have a connection between two components, you need to have a connection with the parent and child. It means you need to transfer this data towards the parent and from there you can send to the child. Okay, so you can make an application in this way. So let's start the application and then we'll see how this can be work. And for this I will be taking some person's data and I'll share this URL on the um this YouTube video, so you can just verify that and you can also make this application by yourself. Okay, so let's start. So first of all, I have taken a backup of the previous session and it's empty now. So first of all, I have also started the server. It is running here. Okay, so let's make the heading React with the contact app. Okay, now I think it will be, what was that port number? 1.3. 198.162.1.3. Correct now? 192.168. Okay, 192.168. Okay, that's fine. Anything you could use, either your IP address or localhost. So fine. And now what I do is, yeah. Okay. So let's create a new directory called components. In this, I create three components because we have three: contact tab, contact card, and contact list. So I create new JavaScript. So contact app dot JSX. So I will paste it. I'll change this to contact app. So one component, and like this we have contact list. Okay, so this will be the contact list. Next we have, what happened? Okay, so we have another one. That's a contact card. Okay, now I'll change the name to the contact card. Okay, replace all, done. Okay, you have taken three components, and the very first one to configure is the contact app will be configured with the app component, the root level, and below that you need to configure. Under that you have to configure these two. So I go to app. I will first configure contact app. Okay, so let's see. You got a contact app. So let's have some text inside the contact app. I'll just write some container, one row, a single column, and p.h3, something called contact app. Okay, and let's take and something called margin top 3. Okay, and you can also say text success. Okay, so below that I have a paragraph with lorem 3D tab. You got this, and below that I need to have two things, because under this contact tab you have a two components. One is a contact list and another one is contact card. So this is actually 9 column and this is 3 column layout. So I will take another one, container. Let's maximize margin top 3 one row, call md9. In this contact what contact list. Okay, and then one more, call md3. In this I need a contact card. See, these two separately configured under contact tab. Not, this is not inside that and that is not inside this. Together configured in a parent. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I have a contact list and contact card as well. So this contact list should have a data in a tabular format. So what I do is I need to get some data. As I said, I need this data. So what my plan is, I will take this entire data. Okay, and yep. What I can do is I can create a service for fetching data, because unnecessarily you need to hold some lot of data, right? This will be around some 1100 lines code. Okay, so what I do is I create one more directory called services. So we have seen the services in the previous videos. So services, and I'll say file name is contact service, contact service. So here I say the class contact service. So here I'll take a static, a variable name is contact list is equal to an array of data. Okay, I have just taken a variable in a class. I'm in the class property, which is contact list. And how can you access this? I need to take a method. that is no public private, no. So static again, get contacts, get contact list is the method. So that just simply return this dot contact list. That's it. So you have a data over here. So that if you call a function, that will give your data. So because as of now we have local data, because we are not understand till now how to connect with a server with the React application. So I just take local data. Okay. So contact list, and back to contact list app. I mean the component. Yep. In this contact list is this guy. This guy. Okay, we need data, right? Yep. So how we store data first? Let something is equal to use state. In this contacts will be contact. I think we have that service name. What? Contact service dot get all contact list. That's all. You got it. Okay. Problem is you need to, I guess, import. Oh, you are not exported this guy. Oh, okay, okay. I not exported. So let's say export default contact service. You can export like this so that you can use it outside of it. So contact service dot get all contacts. Okay, super. So it is exported imported from contact service. So let's take a state and set state. Now it looks simple, right? Yeah. Now what I do is I will print it just for time being. JSON dot stringify of state dot contacts. Let's see how it is. Do we really get data? Yes, we do get data. Yes, this data you need to convert it like a tabular format like this. Okay. So first of all, what I do is I will take a table directly, table with some basic classes. Okay. So table hover text center and table striped t head table row. So t head you can take it as bg dark and text what text white. Yeah, th star 6 tab. You have what serial number, name, email, phone, and location. So let's take serial number, name, email, phone, location. That's all. Okay, that's fine. Only five. So let's see. We got it. And you need to display. So display, you know, right? You need to loop this data, or you can destructure also. Let something is equal to the state, and from there I'm just switching off all the contacts. And this contacts I have to loop it and display like a table format. So I write a t body in this a table row. First of all, what I do is let's make a loop. So for looping, you have to use this expression, React expression. In that, what do you do? So contacts dot length. What happened? Can't we get the contacts? Contacts dot. It's an array, right? I'm not getting the length function. Contacts. One second. Contacts is an array, right? Yes, of course, it's an array. If it is an array, then you can check the length. What's the problem? Contact dot length is greater than 0. Then so contacts dot map is a function in that you get the each contact. So you get the each contact. In that you will return something. I guess I made some mistake. So return something, and that something will be a table row. I think it's happy. So now check. Okay, no problem. You can provide some key, that is some unique ID. In this data, we have a unique ID, that is this guy, login.uuid. Okay, so I say contact.login.uuid. Okay, key is done, and let's make a serial number. So first let's start with TD expression, the contact dots SNO or non-SNO. So login.uuid. Okay, yes, perfect. And I don't need all this number, just last 5 or 4 characters. So what do you do? Dot substring of uid dot length minus 5. Okay, and let's have a name, because this is not TypeScript, so you won't get uh, the proper typing information. So you have to write just like that. Okay, name. I think name is a object. Very careful. Okay, so name is an object, so don't print object as it is. So it won't print. So name dot first, name dot last. So I say simply contact dot name dot first, some space. Let's say contact. Quickly we'll make contact dot name dot last. Okay, email. Email, I guess it is this is direct email. Contact dot email directly. Okay, phone number. Phone number also, I guess. Mm, you have a phone number. Somewhere phone number will be there. Postcode. Come on, zoom it. Location. Location, time zone, email, date of birth, phone. Yeah, phone is directly. Let's say, and locations. Location actually an object. So just say location dot city. Okay, city. I guess it's done. Yep. So you have data. Okay, huge data. That's fine. Now the step is, yeah. Now the actual concept comes. Okay. So story is, whenever you will select a row in this particular component. Okay, when I click on a row in this particular component, this particular data I want to display on a right side component. Okay, when I select on this, it should display on the right side, and that too, this guy and this guy, I mean this component and this component, no connection at all. Okay, but still, how will you transfer? As I said, as I click, I will send this data to the parent, because these are children of parent. How these are connected? They are directly not connected, but indirectly they connect with the parent. So you transfer to the parent. From there, you can transfer to child. Okay. So the first, that's fine, and let's make this transfer to this guy in the next video. Okay. And for this video, let's meet in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So we have finished up to here, right? And yeah, let's click on this row and fetch data and send to the parent. First of all, I click on this row. Row is a census. Here is a row, right? Yeah, table row. I'll say on click is equal to something called click contact. Okay, I will just take a function first. So let's say let click contact is equal to a function. So it's not a normal function. It takes something as a parameter. You know how to call a function with parameter in React, right? So I'll take it. So I'll just write simple alerts just for time being, just on dot stringify of contact. Let's see what is a contact received. Okay, so let's call a function by passing a contact object. How you call? Let's make like this. When you call click contact, and you have to pass on what? Contact object. The contact object which you are iterating, the same contact object I'm passing for this function when you click. So what happens is goes here and it just prints an alert as of now. Okay, let's see. Caspian I got Caspian data, and I select someone else, Heidi. I got the data. That's fine. So once it is done, your main goal is to transfer here. Before you transfer here, you need to send to the parent. So you want to send to parent means parent should have a function to receive and configure it as a property, and then you send, right? So let's make in the contact have a function to receive your data first. What type of data? Contact data. So let's go to the parent who is the contact app. Okay. So what I do is, see, observe very closely. I'll take some array is equal to set use state. Okay. In this, I'll say selected contact is equal just empty object I'll take. Okay. So what I say here, state and set state, and I also destructure it. Let something is equal to state, and I just destructure the selected contact. So I have just taken one variable in a state because whatever I receive from the child I have to store somewhere, right? So in my state I'll store. Okay. Now what you do, you need to have a function to receive data first. So let some function you can write. It's not like always receive function. It will be a receive function, but don't mention the receive name. But just for our understanding, I'll write like this: receive contact is equal to a function. Come on, a function receive contact as a function, so which will take a contact object. So that contact object I set to my state selected contact. So let's say set state. Okay. So in this you have a function again. It receives the existing state. So there only one variable, so selected contact will be contact. The contact object which you provide, that will be sending to my, that will be storing with my local state. Fine. And how to make this function available to the guy called this guy, because this function is sending, right? So you have to make it available. So let's make it with a property of child specific, something called send contact is equal to receive contact. Okay. So I made this function because this function takes data, right? So I made this function available to child using a property called send contact. Now what to do? Go to contact us and call this function and by passing a data. We already have a data here. So how does that is available using a props, and what is the prop name? Send contact. So what I do here is instead of this one, so props dot send contact, I'll provide my contact topic. That's all. Okay, I don't need alert. Okay, so this is send data to parent. Okay, so you are now sending data to the parent by calling a prop. Calling a prop is a sense this guy. This guy means this will receive, save it in the state. You want to see what is that in the state in a parent. So you will write some pre-tag expression of JSON dot stringify of selected contact. So let's see how it is received. Okay, so it is empty because you are not select anything. That's why it is empty, because it is declared as empty in the parent. Now when I click on Caspian, see it is filled with Caspian data parent. So whatever I select in the child, so the parent has received it. Okay, you can able to receive every data which you are selecting on each row of a table. Yes, perfect. This part is done. Now this particular data I should not display on a parent. I have to display on this guy. From parent how you transfer to the child. It's very simple, right? This normal prop again. So we confirm it. So you can hide it. Not required to show. Just select data, send it. How you send the state data? I want to transfer to now contact card. How you transfer? Let's say some variable selected contact is equal to my selected contact. This is parent specific data. This is child specific property. And how does this will be available for this guy using props? So copy this. Go here. Let's declare props And can I say a pre-tag expression? Oh, sorry, it's not direct variable, it's a props dot. Sorry, object you can't print as it is, you get the error. So JSON dot stringify, you must stringify it and print it on the UI. Console you get, but on UI you need to transfer it to string. So now you see it's an empty object. See, empty object. When you select Caspian, you got Caspian. So whoever I select, that person data is coming here. Yuna. Yes. Now job is done. The only thing is not just a raw data convert into a card format. What type of card? This type of card with image. Yes, you can do that. Okay, so let's make a directly a card and let's have some shadow and let's also make some sticky top. It just stick to the top and one card body and the card header. I'll take image. Let's say image tag. SRC will be how we get the image first. Mm, in this object picture dot large, but one problem will come. If it is empty, you won't receive it. So I'll just say do one thing. I'll check the condition because how conditionally you display data, right? So props dot no, object dot keys. How to check an object is empty or not? Props dot selected contact dot length is greater than 0. Then you can proceed whatever you want. Because without this check you can't retrieve data because first time it is object is empty, right? So if you want to fetch empty object dot picture large, you get null. Okay, so that's the reason. Yeah, so picture dot large. So props dot selected contact dot large. Yes, you got a picture. Okay, fine. And actually you can give some classes. Give some class w width 75 and height also 75, something like that. Oh, it is here. You can say center. No. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, that's fine. Quite bigger image. That's fine. And data in the card body. Let's quickly do it. ul li. Let's say class name. This is your wish. You can display card format or table format, however you want. List group item. Let's say the name. Name how you get? You have no. This guy. The problem is it is props dot. Instead of staying props dot, why can't you destructure it? Let something is equal to props. And what that guy is? This guy directly. If this is the case, then don't do props dot always. Simply. So you just say selected contact. Okay, name has come, and you wish to have what's called title. Selected contact dot name dot title. Yes, you get title and then dot. Okay, fine. And so like this, you can print much data. Same class name. Email. How you get email? This is email. Okay, what else? Email, and you wanna print age. Yeah, age is there. Age is like this. selected contact dot dob.age some yes. You can check it's dob object and dot age. Okay, what else? You wanna have location directly, you just say copy this location. I just print a city. Okay, just for time being. I will copy, go here and replace. This is selected contact. Okay, that's fine. Now you got data. Okay, first time when you refresh your application, nothing you get over there because no row has selected. Okay, so now we came to the end of the application. So Caspian, got it. Yuna. So whatever the row I select, that particular person has been displayed and that is even stick to the top and you get them. Okay, so that's fine. So this is the contact app, the real-time example of components interaction. So now let's talk with another example in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So this is Naveen from UiBrains. So last video we have understand about React.js contact app. Okay, so in this contact app and previous few videos we have understand about how to transfer data between a parent to child. Between parent to child and child to parent, and we also understand how you can exchange data between two siblings of a component. That's your contact app. Now let's understand the next concept of React.js, that is life cycle methods. First of all, what is this life cycle methods of a component? First of all, what is life cycle of a component? Life cycle of a component, to understand this concept is very much important because um, you need to understand the complete life cycle of a component. Life cycle is a sense, it starts from when the component has been loaded. The first of all, component has been created and then it will be loaded onto the DOM and then it will keep updated and then it will be removed from the DOM. Okay, it is rendered and removed from the DOM. Okay, there are multiple stages for every component, so you need to understand. So to uh, to understand this life cycle, there are few predefined methods are available. So when you go here, component did mount, this is one function, and one more is component will update is one function, and component will unmount will unmount. Okay, so these three are actually a predefined methods of a component given by the React.js, but mostly we use these particular methods or functions in a class-based component only. Okay, that's one legacy and old way of writing React.js components. Without hooks. So we use these things like component did mount. Component did mount is the sense when the component has been rendered on DOM. Okay, when it is first time displayed on the DOM, and then component will update. So for updation, any data changes in a component, okay, any some new data gets in from the server, so that time your components keep updated, okay, in sync with the server. So that's called update. And then component will unmount. So it removes the component from DOM. It is added to the DOM, remove from the DOM, and in between updates. So why these lifecycle methods are required is when you wanted to write certain logic before the component has been rendered on the DOM. The moment when it is rendered on the DOM, you can use that logic in a component did mount function. When you want to write certain logic, which is when the component is keep updating, when you want to apply some logic, then you go with component will update. And when you want to add an extra logic when the component has been removed from the DOM, generally you clear the resources kind of. Okay, so then you can go with a component will unmount. So these are the three lifecycle methods available, and please also understand these are for a class based component. But when we discuss about a functional component, all these functions can be clubbed together into one hook. So as of now we understand one React hook that's called use state hook, correct? Now we are going to understand a new hook that is called use effect hook. Okay, so this is a special hook which involves with the lifecycle methods of a component. So this only one use effect hook will act as all these functions. Okay, any logic which you want to write in these three functions will come under use effect hook only. So for example, to understand this, so I'll make a syntax of use effect hook. So it looks like this. You will write use effect. You will write use effects. So in this you have a function. Okay, inside use effects it receives a function. What is that function is component did mount. So anything, any logic if you want to write when it is fully rendered on DOM, then you can write inside this use effect hook function. Okay, then what is this component will unmount? I'll come back here. Component will unmount. So you want to write a logic, certain logic that get executed when the component has been removed from the DOM. Is very simple. This function returns another function. So that function goes to be component will unmount. Okay. So use effect have a function directly that is component did mount, and that function returns another function that is called component will unmount, and in between that there is an array. Okay, and here you can mention the variables for update. Okay, what is the variable you want to keep track on for updating of your component, then you can specify that. Otherwise just keep it empty. If you don't need any certain updates like that, just make sure it is empty array. Okay, so this is the use effect hook. So first of all, where we use this mostly when React want to connect with a server. Okay, when you want to connect your React application with server, so where you gonna write the server connection logic. So you must not write a server connection logic just like in a use state hook. You must write that logic in a use effect hook only, because this use effect hook can only be executed when the component is fully rendered on the DOM. So until unless your component has not fully rendered on the DOM, you're not supposed to uh, get the data from server and bind it to your component, because by the time component has not fully ready. Okay, so that logic, mostly the server connection logics, we're gonna write inside a use effect hook. Okay, and in the server connection you create certain variables, right? Some variable is equal to URL and you fetch some data. So that is all when the component has been rendered on DOM. And then once the logic is done, when the component is just trying to remove from the DOM, because when how React is going to work is it dynamically loads certain components on the UI without page refresh. Only the certain parts of UI can be refreshed. Okay, not the complete page refresh, just the DOM structure can be changed. It means it adds one component to the UI, you can see, and then after some time when you make some changes on the UI, then it removes existing component and adds a new component. So the moment when it is trying to remove an existing component and adding new one, before adding new one, when it is removing, right? So by the time it is removing, so you can make those variables to be garbage collected in unmount. So that's how you have to write a logic in React.js components. Okay, so this is all about lifecycle hooks. So now let's understand an example on this lifecycle hook, so you get the better idea where can we use them. Okay, thank you so much, and let's meet that example in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back. This is Naveen from UiBrains. So last video we understand about lifecycle hooks, and let's take an example on this lifecycle hooks. So first of all, I go to my editor. I have the previous code, which is contact app. Let me take a backup of this, and then we'll start with our example. So first of all, I go to my workspace. Let's copy everything except these two guys. Copy and YouTube. Let's create a new folder 10 hyphen react js hyphen contact app. Okay, that's fine. So you have taken a backup. Now these are examples which we have discussed till now. And then yeah, I can remove the things. First of all, I remove this components and services. I go to app.js. I clear this import statement and this contact tab not required. Okay, and meanwhile I'll start the application. Just say npm start. Okay, so first also change this React.js with lifecycle methods. Okay, so it is starting. It takes some time. Okay, so let's wait for this to start. And now what we do is um, okay, so first we understand what is the example we discuss. It's very simple example which is officially given by the React.js itself in a React.js official documentation. That is the digital watch. Okay, so we also take the same example of digital watch. It's very simple example which makes you a clear idea of life cycle methods. Okay, how a digital watch works in React.js. Okay, so first of all, let's take, okay, so let's take one component. So I go to SRC, I create new directory called components. I made a mistake. Rename to components. In this, I create one component, one JavaScript that is called digital watch dot JSX. So I need a snippet, paste it. Let's change this to digital watch. Okay, and let's connect to app digital watch. So you get it now, digital watch. Okay, so let's make some card structure and then I'll talk about the lifecycle hooks now. So what I do is let's take um, okay, one small container, some margin top 3 and one row, single column a 6 column layout, one card card body, um, card body. You wanna take some card header also with some shadow. It's just a setup, okay. You can also make this. Let's say p.h4. Let's say digital watch, and let's take everything text center. Okay, so for example, I write here h3 with a class called display for some number just to see how it is. Yeah, fine. But card looks, let's say, bigger one. Make it something called 4. Okay, so our setup is ready. Now let's make it. So first of all, what you do is you can take a let some array is equal to use state. In this you can create a variable and you can bind it first. So let's say state and set state. you can take a variable. So what is my variable is uh, you can take this thing current time current time with a value is new date object of JavaScript dot to locale time string. Okay, so I have just taken a variable in state which is current time. Okay, and this state value I wanted to bind in the place of here. How you bind using expression? So state dot current time. So when I say state dot current time, you go and check. See, the current time is morning 5:47 a.m. Okay, so this is the current time. But only thing is this time is not getting updated, right? The seconds and all not getting updated. It's not feel like a digital watch because it's just like a static number. Okay, so I want to keep updating it. So how you can make this type of process is you go with a use effect hook where you can update it. So it means you need to set up a timer on this variable. So how you can set up a timer is whenever the component has fully loaded, then you can set up a timer on this variable. Okay, to increment that time. So what I can do is, yeah, now you can use the use effect hook. So use effect hook. So in this an empty array that you know for dependencies, I mean for updation of a component. In this, I'll set up a timer. So how you set up a timer is regular JavaScript function that is set interval set interval where there is a function and comma 1000 milliseconds. So because I want to set up a timer where you can update the time for every 1000 milliseconds. Okay, it means it should keep update the time for every 1000 milliseconds. The sense 1 second for every 1 second should update my state data. So what my logic is just update it. How you update it? Set state is a function where you have another one in this current time will be a new time. Okay, so what is this happening is whenever component is fully loaded, use effect. So because use effect can only execute once, use effect hook can only execute once. Okay, and in that I'm starting one timer. So as soon as the component has fully loaded, then the trigger on the timer. So it's keep updating your data. You wanna see that now? Check. See, the time is now updating without any page refresh. Okay, so how does this happening is as soon as my component is fully rendered on the DOM, that's called my use effect hook. Inside the component did mount, so I have set up a timer. So first of all, one variable is there loaded automatically. I mean, it is when the component has been created, it is there already variable that is use state. And when it is fully loaded, then I set up a timer that is using use effect hook. Okay, now timer is running. Now after some time what happened when I click on some other link on the nav bar, so automatically what React does is it will take off this component from the DOM and it loads a new component on the DOM. Okay, that's how React works internally. It take off the existing component and adds a new component to the same DOM. That's why you never see a page refresh. Okay, so what my plan is when this is taken out from DOM, I want to I want to clear the things, clear the timer. So okay, so when this is taken out from the DOM is a sense what it is uh, component will unmount. So where is this component will unmount? As per our syntax, it returns another function that is unmount. So what you do is return another function This function is nothing but component will unmount. So it means remove from DOM. So make sure you write this function always for clearing the things which you have made in the use effect. I mean, in component did mount. The variable which I am set up for timer is current time, and I want to clear it. Generally, set interval how it clears is there is a set clear interval is a function, it's a predefined. Let's say the state dot current time. That's all. Okay, so it says okay, I made a mistake. One second. I have whenever you set up a timer, right? So that returns you a unique number. Let's interval is equal to set interval, and this interval you have to clear. So that's when it stops the timer. Okay, the variable I have created is a state data, don't clear. It is a variable which you create extra for setting up timer, and this will gets clear using clear interval. It's not like always you have to use the set interval or clear interval. It is just only for this example. Going forward, if you have any other logic of creating a variable which holds server-side data, that variable you can just assign to null, okay, for garbage collected. Okay, so we'll see those type of examples also in future videos. So this is for a component did mount, and this is for component did mount. So when loaded on DOM and take out from the DOM, any updates here going forward we'll see updates as well. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's check you got this. Okay, so it is a very simple example, and going forward you will get a more idea about the lifecycle hook, okay, called use effect. Okay, so going forward we'll use both the hooks, and later on we get a few more hooks as well. Okay, so that's it. I hope you understand the lifecycle hooks of a React.js component. Let's meet in the next video for another concept. Thank you. So last example, we understand lifecycle hooks, and we also take an example of digital watch. Now it's a complete new side of React.js component, that is how can you connect your React.js application with server. Generally, as of now, we have taken a local data. Correct. We only deal with local data. It's like data binding, forms handling, conditional looping. Everywhere we use the local data, right? So local data is like a static. But when you go to a company where you won't deal with the local data of its component, okay? So component should be dynamic. It always receives data from server. So you will have a server setup with some REST API, and it will dynamically fetch data from server and displays it, and all activities will happen. Okay, so now let's understand how a React component have a connection with server and able to fetch data using React services. Okay, so I have taken a backup of the previous example called digital watch. You can also do that, and I just clear everything and it's empty now. So let's change the heading React with server connection. So how React will connect with the server is React doesn't have its own server side library. I mean, no HTTP library which is given by the React.js. You have to depend on third party library. Okay, so there are a lot of third-party libraries available like Fetch API and Axios. The most popular one with React.js for fetching data from server is Axios. So what is Axios is? It is so Axios is one library. So this Axios library is one of the most popular HTTP library. So when you want to fetch any data or interact with your server, you need to have this library handy in your application. So this is not given by React itself, so you have to install it separately for your application. So how to install Axios for your application is npm install Axios. This is the command to install Axios for your React application. Until unless you have Axios library, you can't connect your React with server. Okay, you can't interact with the server. So you must have this. Okay, so first let me install Axios in my application. So how many applications you create on React? So every application you want to connect with a interact with server, you must have this in your library. So where you can see the library list is, you go to package.json. See here, these are all the libraries available for us, like Bootstrap, just React, and Font Awesome, React DOM, and all this, right? But Axios is not there because we are not understand till now how to connect to server. So let's add Axios. You can't add manually. You only execute a command. It adds all the necessary changes for your applications automatically. So let's copy this and I go to here. I open a fresh terminal. I'll paste it. Make sure you enter in the project location. Okay, enter. So what happened? It will download this Axios library from the Google and it makes necessary changes for your application. If you want to know what is this Axios, you go to Google and search for it. Axios. Yeah, this is the official website of Axios. It's a promise based. Okay, so you can read about how the Axios works. See, you install like this using npm or bower or yarn, and you may connect like this, or else you can use a CDN link. Generally for JavaScript it is. For React you can directly use this Axios library. Okay, so fine. You can read about it. Yeah, now let's check. Yeah, it's been installed. Okay, CLS exit. Okay, so now you check Axios added. Okay, current version 24.24, it is added. So now it's time to make a application. So first of all, I want to fetch data from server, but where is the server location? You can choose one most popular server location, the fake REST API, that is JSON placeholder. So when you go to the JSON placeholder, this is the official website, and here you can find a few links. See, this guy is using fetch API users. Yeah, so this is one URL for fetching a list of users. When you hit this URL, you got this data. You have this data on the server. So let's have my React component for fetching data from this particular URL. I should get this data now. Okay, so plan is I will go to src. I create new directory called components and one more directory called services because I have to fetch data from server. I write that logic in services file. So components, I create one JavaScript that is user list because list of users I'm gonna fetch from this URL .jsx, and if you go to notes, I copy the snippet user list. Okay, so first of all, let's connect that to app. Just say user list. Now check user list. Okay, so I go to user list. Let me write something. First of all, I hold some data. Use state hook. Okay, so I'll just take some state variable, that is state, and set state. In that, I will take a variable which holds the data from server. What type of data you receive from server? You receive an array of all the user objects. So let's say users will be users will be an empty array. Why I have taken empty array? Because when the component is created, then it will be empty only. When it is fully rendered on DOM, then you can able to send a request to server and fetch data. So as of now, if you see the users, let's take JSON dot stringify of uh, users. I mean state dot users. You only get an empty array. Okay, you only get the empty array. Yeah, before that, let me take some UI design. Write one container, one row, single column, and margin top 3. And yeah, let's write some p.h3. Just say user list, just for clear UI. Okay, that's fine. You can say some text success. Okay, so below that, I'll take another container in that one row, single column, and here I write a pre-tag. I think I already copied, right? Yeah, fine. Okay, see, data is empty because when my component is loaded, it is empty only. Okay, now it's time to fetch data from server. Before you fetch, I want to create a service for fetching data. Service in the sense services. I create one service JavaScript, no JSX, normal JavaScript. So just say user service dot JS. Okay, normal JS. JSX is component. JS is normal a utility file. Okay, JavaScript. So here I say the class user service. Let I create methods directly. Let's say static get all users is a method. So let data URL is equal to, I mean, you can take like server URL. From which server URL you're gonna fetch data. That is, this is my server URL for fetching data. Copy it and paste it. This is your server URL. So from here I want to get data. So how you get data is return Axios, the library which you have imported. Okay, Axios dot get. So get is a method, and in that you can specify the server URL. Okay, so get means for fetching data from server. You have actually multiple HTTP methods like get, put, post, and delete, like trace, and multiple things. So get is generally used for fetching data from server. I mean, getting, receiving data from server is get. You want to put something onto the server is post. You want to add something to server. You want to update is put, and delete something at server is delete. We'll see them in a future examples. So as of now, we have a method for fetching data from so and so URL and returns Axios. Axios is the library we just installed. Okay, that's done. So this returns actually a promise. Okay, now how to use it? First of all, I have to export it. So export default user service. Okay, now my service ready. Go to here. So when to call the server side things is use effect. Let's say use effect hook. In this use effect hook, I gonna call my service and set two users. See, as of now, users is still empty, right? Yeah. So set state. I wanna set my state with something that is users data will be user service dot get all users. So the moment when you say users for be get all users, so this gonna get the data from server. But only thing is this is a A promise based call. So generally how you call a promise based is I made a mistake. Oh, okay. Cut this. Do one thing. It's a promise based, right? Not just directly you call it. Promise how you call user service dot get all users dot catch. Like this you call. Okay. Promise in JavaScript you call like this dot catch. So always you do this. Okay, so dot then will receive the response. Okay, you wish you can do a console log of response. Okay, you want to see that back here and refresh. It says Axios.get is not a function. Okay, that is just Axios. Simply just say Axios. Now happy? Yeah, okay, it's not that one, just normal Axios is a variable, okay? Not capital Axios in service. Okay, so what I did is get data from server and console. Let's see the console, what was there. The response come from server. Yes, inspect, go to console. Yes, you receive a response object. In that, you have a huge things, config, data, headers, requests and all. And important thing is data. When you expand data, you see something else. See, Lenny Graham, Erwin Howell, these are all the guys coming actually from server. Correct? So we receive the data and that is actually a response object dot a data. We only just needed this array of data. So what I do is, and that particular data I don't need on console, I want on UI. How you display data on UI? It must be from state. So get data from the server and assign to state. So what I do is, first time I'll say just data. You only see the data, this guys, and this I set to the state and display on UI. How you do close it? Yeah, this particular response the data, right? So I cut it first. How to set to state first? Set state. Yeah, now you can set to state. Users will be response the data. That's it. And when you get some error, you can simply log it console.log. In future examples, I tell you how you display error on the UI also. As of now, console log. Yes, users has received data and the users has been bind on the UI. So now you check, see you got data and the same data which is exists on the server. Correct? Okay, very simple. First time when the component is created, just make it empty. Okay, because you don't have a data. You only declare what type of data you receive, is object or array or what. And then when the component is fully loaded on DOM, and I forgot empty array, make sure you write empty array. So when the component is fully loaded on DOM, then you can send a request to server fetching data from server. And one more thing we forgot is um, clearing resources. Actually, I have not created any resource here. For example, if you create any let a is equal to 10 something like that, that variable you can clear using this particular function. So I have not created any resources, so I don't need to use the component will unmount also. So not required extra. Okay, so that's fine. um, okay, so I got data. Now I have to display this data in a tabular format. How I display data in tabular format? Simple. You can just say table with a class table hover text center and table stripe T head, table row, th star 6 tab, serial number, name. What else is there? Serial number is there. Yeah, ID is there. Name is there. Email, street, city, website. Email, street, city, and the guy's website. Okay, so these details I wanna print. Let's give it class called busy dark white. Okay, data. Where is data? T body. And also please check the data is in array, right? So this array I have to loop it. So first of all, before looping, I'll check the length of it because first time length was empty and later on you get data. Okay, you must check the length. How we check the length? You say state dot users instead of saying state dot users all the time. You can destructure. How you destructure? Let something is equal to state, and what is that ID structure from state is users. So you can start using users directly. Okay, and make sure you write this in before written statements. And I write here users dot length is greater than 0. Then you can use a map function, right, for iteration. So users dot map, in this user you get the each user. Okay, and you return something that is JSX, that is one table row. And make sure each iteration of this will have some unique key property, that is the ID mostly. So I have an ID for my data ID. So user dot ID, you get some unique ID, and then you can display. How you display? First of all, I need a serial number. Let's say TD expression, just user dot ID. You get all the IDs, 10 IDs, because 10 records are there. So 10 records, 10 IDs has come. Names. You should be very careful. I think name is, yeah, okay. Name is direct variable. If it is object, you should be careful, okay? Object will not print on the UI, right? You convert a string. So name is there, and then what else? Name, email. Email is there. Yeah, email is there. Email is there. Yeah, and then street. Street is a part of address. So address dot street. Address dot street. Street you got. City, address dot city, and website is direct. And direct access website. Yes, that's it. You got data. Okay, fine. See, this server side URL have data, and I also receive my data. Okay, so we understand how a React component, because this data has not been there in my local. See, it was just empty. And where was it getting data is from the service, and that service is making an Axios call to the server URL. Okay, so we are getting data from this particular server URL. So when you start with, I mean, backend development like Node or Express, Java, so you have to give that backend server URL like Java Spring Boot server URL, or a Node.js REST API URL, like anything. So that will fetch data and hold it, and you can receive and print it. And one last thing is we have used a promise based call. Generally promise, how we call is then and catch. Okay, so instead of that, we also have a new feature in ES 8, I guess ES 8, that is async await. Okay, that's a beautiful feature. With that also you can able to get data. Okay, so let's see how can you fetch data using async await in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So last example we understand how can you fetch data from server using React.js, but only thing is we have used the old fashioned, that is a promise based call, that is then and catch. Let's apply a new feature of JavaScript, that is async await. So I just use the same example which we made in the last video. Okay, so what I do is I will comment this, the previous logic I comment. So if you comment you don't have data, just empty, because this is the only one which is fetching data. If you don't have it, then it will be empty array, so empty data is there. Okay, so now I want to get this data back using a different approach. So what I do is let user data is equal to, um, you can actually take an asynchronous function, let's say async. You can take the asynchronous function. Async await it means you have to take the function itself is async, and then you say let user data is equal to await user service dot get all users. That's it. Okay, so user service dot get all users, you get the user data, and this particular user data you're gonna attach to what's called your state. But before you do that, you can write some try catch for error handling. If something goes wrong when fetching data, you can use of catch. Okay, so I made it in the try block, user data await. So it just wait for fetching data from server. Once as soon as the data received from server, then you can attach to user data variable. And once it is there in user data, I want to set to my state. How you set to state? Simply set state in this a function where users will be my user data, because that's your user data you receive. Oh, one problem is there. This is not data directly, right? It is response. Okay, just say response, and you just say response dot data. This is the perfect one. Correct, response dot data, because previously also we got response dot data. Fine. In something goes wrong, you can make a console log as of now. Let's say error. That's it. Okay. So when the page loads, I'm trying to fetch data from server and attach to my state. Okay, and one final thing is you created a variable in this use effect, so you must have to clear that response. Okay, when the component has been removed from DOM, you have to clear the resources. So let's return another function. This is the component did will unmount. So in this, so response, maybe you can't access that, right? That is in try block. Okay, so I can say like you may take like this, let response is equal to some empty object, and you can take that response to be added with data, and that response will be I take it to null. Okay, this way you can clear the things. You can take outside variable because the block scope, so you can't access. So just take it a variable which assigns with data and assign to state, and when component has been removed from DOM, this is component will unmount. Okay, I write here. Component will unmount, you clear the resources. Okay, and this is for a component did mount. Okay, so now check, you got data back. Okay, so this is a new syntax. Generally we supposed to use the sync await. I hope that's clear, very simple. So let's meet in the next video for another concepts. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So last example we have understand how can we fetch data from server. So now in this example, we're gonna make the contact app again. So we discussed in a previous videos called the contact app for interaction between the component, but only thing which we have not made in that app is we have a local data. Okay, earlier we have a local data, and let's convert the same application for fetching data from server. Okay, small conversion required. So let me, I have, I already have, I have taken a backup of previous application, though it is just completely empty, and I have started the server. Now let's change this to React.js with contact app. Okay, you get the contact app. And now let's get the contact app because I don't want to develop the contact app again from the scratch. We just only apply the server connection. Okay, so first let me go to my YouTube source code and this contact app src. So I have a components and services. So let's grab these two, go to here in src, I'll paste it. Okay, components I have app, card and list, and services I have a service as well. Okay, so now I go to app. I will just connect the contact app as a parent. I connect the contact app. So now you got the contact app has been displayed, and whatever the person you have selected, so it's been displayed on the right side. Okay, so that's fine. Now, now the same application we want to get it from server. The data. So if you closely observe in a contact app, in contact app, the parents receives the contact. Okay, there is no actually data here. It only receives from the child. When you go inside of contact list, yeah, observe very closely. This contacts will receive data from service get contact list. So when you go inside the service get contact list, so that is fetching a local data. See this, all the data is local. So let's convert into a server connection using Axios. So what I will do is, first of all, I don't need to write this get list. I'll just make it as empty array because first time when you declare it, it must be an empty array. And after fetching data, you can assign actual data. So you check there is no data has been displayed because I kept it as a empty. Okay, fine. And then next step, go to service. You don't need this entire data. You can remove it because don't store it in local. You just need to import Axios. So import Axios from Axios and static get contact list. So what I do is let server URL is equal to um, the server URL. So this is the server URL which I can add in the this video's what's called description. I have a server URL. Okay, so what you have to do here is return what is a get request because we have to get data from server. So Axios dot get of server URL. That's all. Okay, so this function is returns a promise because Axios dot get returns a promise. So how you resolve the promise is back to contact list, and that too I am writing a logic received from server. So you must use it for fetching data or calling service in a use effect hook. So what I do is I'll write use effect hook in this use effect hook in this I'm gonna call the service. Can we use the async await syntax? So let's say async and let response, or else you may write something called try and catch let's say error, and here let's response is equal to what is that, contact service dot get all contact lists, and this is a wait. Just wait for the contact. I mean the response. Once you receive the response, just add it to the state. So how you add to state? Set state. Set state. You have a function. In this, contacts will be response dot data. Okay, so you will be receiving the contacts data, and for error you can just make a console.log of error as of now. Okay, so when the page loads, use effect is the sense when the page loads, I mean page renders on the UI, it is able to connect to server and fetching data from the so and so URL, and that particular response, the data is actual data assigned to the state, and the same state data from now onwards the flow is same because you get the length display, and when you click on a contact and parent you send to the parent, everything is same. Okay, so now check, I refresh, I got data. When I select, so application is perfectly working. Now only thing which changes in my service, I don't have any local data, I'm just fetching it from the server. So in this URL you can use any Node.js SAP URL or any Spring or Python or .NET, any server URL you can add it, and you can able to fetch it and connect to the component for display. Okay, so that's all about this video, and let's meet in the next video for React.js routing. Thank you so much, and let's meet in the next video. So last example we have understand about the contact app and also fetching data from server. So now in this video we are going to understand a new concept of React.js, that is routing. So routing and navigation. So how generally routing is going to work. See, if you observe closely what we discussed in the previous videos is hardly we have one component, and we have applied the data binding, form handling, event handling, looping, and fetching data, like all one component, and of course interaction between the components as well. But thing is, we have never discussed about the routing concepts. So now let's see, because React.js is for a single page application, it means you never see a page refresh, but still you have routing concepts. Okay, you have full of links on the navbar, and you can just go forward, backward in all the pages. Okay, and that to each page may have a connection with server for fetching data and all interaction with server. But still, it looks like a general website, but you never see a page refresh using React and single page application. So now to start with React routing. So yeah, now let's start with React routing and navigation. Okay, so when we start with React routing and navigation again, so React JS has not provide any library for routing by itself. Okay, just for example, for server connection we have Axios is one third party module. It's not given by React JS. Same like that for React JS routing also. React itself is not given any library for a routing. We need to depend on one third party module, and that is called React Router DOM. The name starts from React, but it's not given by the React, it's given by some third party people. So using this, we can apply or we can implement the routing system in our application. So first of all, we have to install this in our application for to start with routing, just like Axios. So npm install React Router DOM. So this is the module we have to install in our application first, and then we'll start with the routing concepts. You copy this, go to your application, and you open a fresh command prompt on the application folder location and enter. So it just download the React Google and make some local setup, because in our package.json you don't see React Router DOM till now. So it adds not React DOM, it's on the one React Router DOM. Okay, and you want to have some more information about React Router DOM, you can go to the official website of React Router DOM. That is something called yes, reactrouter.com. Reactrouter.com, and here you're going to install like this npm install React Router DOM. Okay, after creating your project, we already have a project, and you can configure them like this: a link tag, not anchor tag. Okay, remember in React.js, every link will be with a link tag. Okay, and that link and all things come from React Router DOM. Okay, and how you configure them is like this. See, this is routing configuration. Okay, so I'll talk about this with a proper example, but I'm just telling this is a complete documentation for routing, navigation, URL parameters, query strings, and everything. Okay, so first of all, for routing, I want, yeah, first let me check, is it installed? Yes, installed. You wanna confirm? Yeah, please check your package.json. This is there already. And as of today, this is the version. And by the time you're watching, it may be a higher version than that, than this. Okay, fine. Now, yeah, installation is done. Next step, you have to configure the routing. Yeah. Before I configure routing, I tell you my plan of making an application. So let's make a simple design of the application. So, for example, Um, yeah, so I'm going to make an application, a website with uh, a nav bar. Okay, so in this you have some homepage link, and then you have few other links. For example, employees is one link, and let's say about page, and say something called you wish you can also apply some login log out. Okay, just say login or register. Okay, like this you can make a multiple links like this, so when whatever the link you click, and that particular component will be loaded on the DOM, it will be rendered on the DOM. Okay, so to make this we need multiple components like home page component, about component, login, employee. But if you closely look about these things, home, about generally static. Okay, employees is a separate scenario, and login registration is one a different part. So generally what people does is they can divide, especially when your application becomes bigger and complex. So you divide the components into certain modules. Okay, so you can divide the whole application into modules. When your application grows bigger, then you can apply into modules. Okay, so what modules you have? I have a layout module, I have employees module, and I have users module. So what exactly layout module is a sense? You can have these components like navbar component, home page component, and about page component. So these all things I'll keep it in a layout module, and let's say something called employee list and employee details. Okay, so this type of components I keep it in employees module is just a bigger perspective of categorization of your application. Okay, and users, I'll take some login and register components. So same React components only, but we have categorized into a broader perspective called a module. Okay, so for example, you work in any banking system, you have a payments module, you have, I mean, cash payments, card payments, and You have deposits, withdrawal, like check payments, like too many things are there, right? You can have a categorization. Same story if you go to a hospital application. Okay, so patients module, doctors module, and billing module, medical records module, like any diagnosis and nurse section, like too many things will be there, right? Too many modules. Just like that, a broader perspective of your application, the broader categorization you call. Okay, so now, yeah, there's a plan. Go back here. I will go to SRC. I create new directory called modules. Uh, this folder structure is not. I mean, you must follow. I'm not saying that you must follow the same folder structure. You can. There is no strict to folder structure configuration React. You can follow any kind of folder structure. So just for my convenience, I created modules folder. In that, what are all the modules? Layout module, and I create one more for employees module, and one more for users module. So three modules are there, and in layout we have few components. Instead of creating components in the modules, I mean in this modules, you can have a few other things as well. For example, components and the services. Every module will have its own components and services. Okay, you may create like that. Layout having components and layout also having services. Okay, so let's have them. Copy, I mean control Z. Okay. Okay. Okay, so these two are, what's happening? Control C is not working for me. Copy. In employees also I need the same kind of folder structure. In users also I need a same kind of folder structure. So components and services. Okay, each module. Now let's start with the layout components. So I create new JavaScript. Let's say first of all navbar is one component. Yep. So let's have a structure as well. So let's replace this guy with the navbar. Okay, done. So let's copy this, and we also have a home page component. I forgot you have to make it as JSX. JS also works, but the official convention will be JSX. Yep, home I will make it. Replace. Next, what else? About. So about component. Let's say about. Okay, about is over. Okay, after that I need for employees. What you have? Copy. Employees, I have employee list, some list of employees, and I'll change the name to employee list. Next, I need one more, that is employee details. Employee details. Next, I want for users login, or just like that, just user login. I'll change the name to user login. Control R you do for replace. Okay, just say user register. I need one more component called user register. replace all, and done. So we have created all the list of modules and components. Services not created till now. That's fine. Yeah, you wish you can create services also, just normal JavaScript only. So right click new JavaScript. This is what employee service .js. So let's simply class employee service and nothing much. Just say export default employee service. Okay, simple. And let's also make it for layout service, new JavaScript layout service .js. So class layout service something export default layout service, simple class. And then for lastly for user services, new JavaScript, just say user service. I say class. What's the problem? User service export. Come on, why the hint is not coming? Come on, dude. This is user service and export user service. Okay, that's fine. Not sure why this hint is not coming. Let's see. Yep. So now we have created all the list of modules and also components and the empty services. Now it's time to make a router configuration. So let's start the router configuration in the next video. Thank you. Last video we have creation of components. So I go to the UI. Yeah, fine. So here I have to make the application. So first let me start with the router configuration. So you may write a router configuration directly in an app.js. Okay. So here you will write um, the router configuration. So first of all, what I do is first let me import few things from React router DOM. Import something from React router DOM. This is the third-party module we have installed in the starting of this application. So one is browser router, and switch. Yeah, these three things are actually required to start with the routing. So I don't need actually a navbar as of now. I'll start with the browser router router configuration. In this, I will make navbar first. Um, okay, I'll tell you why navbar. Okay, navbar first, and then you write a switch. I have to switch between the components for a specific path. First, I tell you the paths. For example, generally what happens is if I say slash users, you get the users page, correct? For I say slash admin, what happens? You get the admin page, correct? Same like that slash, I mean, same like that slash login, you get some login page. So you have to configure what particular component to be loaded for what path. You have to configure. That's called actually routing. So my plan is slash just empty. I need to have a home page, and for slash employees, I want to load employees page. I mean the component. Okay. Slash about. For this, I want to load the about page, and that's it. Mm, slash login. You get some login page, and slash register. You get some register page. So this way you can configure the routing. But sometimes what people does is employees is not having one page which having multiple pages. And because employees is actually a module, in that you have employee list and employee details. So what I can do is, generally what people write a certain URLs is like this: some website, like for example website.com slash users slash login. This way they give. It means login is a page and users is a module. So they will categorize in that way. So user slash register, that way. Let's say employees slash list for list of employees. Okay, details like that. So let me write in that way. So I can say employees slash list for employee list page. And for login part of users module, just say users slash and this is users slash. So these are all my URLs. These are my URLs. So let's configure. So how to configure is here. Let's say um, uh, okay, sorry, it's a root, capital root. Okay, root exact is true, and the path is empty slash, and what is the component to be loaded is homepage component. Okay, I need to import it. Yeah, from modules layout and homepage component has come. Okay, fine. This is the path. Okay, you must specify exact true because everybody have a slash starts from slash. Okay, so for every request, homepage should not display. Only for this one, homepage should come slash anything that particular will come. So you have to give exact match. Okay, and just like that, we have slash employees slash list. What component? Employee list component to be loaded. And let's have an import statement from modules. And for slash about, what is this? About page to be loaded, it's imported. And what is this? Users slash login. I want to load user login page, and it must be import from the module of it, users folder. Okay, last one, users slash register. I wanna have user register page, so let's make it import statement. That's fine. Okay, so I have all the import statement from the specific actually router not required, only root. I told only root now. Okay, fine. Yeah, so switch between for so and so path, so and so component to be loaded. So we will check is that really loading for the particular path or not. You can check it. How? Back home page, you check. So you got two components, nav bar and home. Why nav bar and home? Because empty slash request, generally home only should come, right? But why nav bar is coming? Is because I configured navbar out, because navbar is a common for everyone. Okay, for every page, every component, navbar is common. Okay, for example, I comment navbar as of now. Okay, home page. Now slash employees slash list. What to come? See, employee list component has come. Okay, next slash about pages come, and when I say for users slash login pages come, and anything which is here user registration will come. And apart from that, anything else you write like star star slash anything star star. You can also make a page not found component also. For example, I can copy this new JavaScript page not found component dot .jsx. You can copy this. You can also make another component called page not found. Okay, so let's go to app, change this to page not found component to be imported from your modules. Fine. And no exact path, just keep it like that. Okay, so now what happens is, so anything called ABC, I'll say, see, ABC was not exist in the part of any mentioned URL, so that you get a page not found. Okay, we can properly make this also. We can properly design 404 not found page, but information has come, page not found. Got it? You make some empty home pages come. Okay, but only one thing which is left over here is I don't want to enter URL. For example, you develop this type of routing system and in your application and give it to your friend or colleague, someone, and you ask him to test. How he will test? He can't test it because only as a developer you know what are all the URLs are available. But how does the end user can make some links between? I mean, how can we? There is nothing, right? Just home page and there is no links at all. So you have to create a links on the nav bar so that people can switch between your website. Okay, so let's create the nav bar section in the next video. Thank you.